Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, February the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses if you can hear me, and thank you, Bob. You can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, so what is happening today? So today's initial crazy one is JG, another one of these China stocks. This is up only 212%, so it closed yesterday at $4. So we have tripled. Why not? So JG, I don't see any specific news. I'm seeing a general headline, momentum in some China stocks potentially related to an earlier Reuters report. So that's all I can see, but I don't see anything specific. Actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. Aurora Mobile announces a partnership. So they did have a little press release, 5G compliance, etc., etc. You know, it's funny. It's not a low float, 79 million in the float. This is ripping on a fairly big float. Interesting. So anyway, there is JG. There is the star of the day so far. For those of you following Peloton released earnings after hours yesterday. It took a bit of a dive, trying to recover a little bit here. It's down 5%. I see some analysts are still putting some aggressive price targets on it, but PTON moved down as a result of earnings after hours yesterday. OCX, is it still holding its gains? OCX? Not really. So this was a high of 641, so it's dropped $1. So they are announcing, so even though the announcement came out that they were going to be doing a financing, so it's at $4.50 a share. Okay, there it is, $35 million financing, $4.50 a share. So it's above the financing price, but it's drifting down towards it. Still $1 above the financing price, though. And that is for OCX. Peri was a late bloomer here. Peri, P-E-R-I. And they release next week, but P-E-R-I, unless they've announced earlier. Nope. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. This is the see what happens is I see these headlines and I'm thinking it's Q4. It's for this one. This is just lumped into some of the other headlines. So anyway, Peri looks like they still release next week, February the 9th. So in advance of that, a nice little run so far for Peri. I don't see any specific news for it. Mogu. It's still up. All right, it's still holding. And again, sorry guys, just don't see any news for it. No specific news, but nice pop, 25%. Decent volume, 250,000 shares already. So we had a lot of these China education stocks, and look at this one, LAIX. Now, you know, we saw the AACG yesterday. So this one, LAIX, it had post-market pop, and then look at the pre-market pop, still holding. Look at the gap. It gapped through the 200-day moving average yesterday. So this one, and this is a low float. This will trade the float easily today. 26 million in the float. And again, I don't see any news on it. Not specific to it anyway. There's another one, STG, another China education stock. And, you know, it's not quite as low a float, 40 million in the float, but, you know, they all look kind of the same. Big gap ups. And there's another one, FEDU. Now this one is starting to fade a bit. Yeah, so this one is actually fading a bit. So not quite in the same realm as those other two. And there was one other one, I think. Oh, METX. METX was another one. Another gap up. And again, these are all these China education stocks. Yeah, is Ambo still up there? Yeah, Ambo is still up there too. Ambo, of course, was yesterday. These other ones I'm talking about are sort of gapping today, but Ambo was yesterday. There's the high. Okay, KK, is it KKKR? KKKR, make sure that's a symbol, KKKR. No, I got the wrong symbol here, guys. What is this? What is it? Might be on my watch list. KKR, not KKR, sorry. KKR. I think I wrote that down wrong. So KKR, boy, it's had a nice little run. It's an earnings play, February 8th, post market. So released after hours yesterday. All time high now, KKR. MGNI, also having a nice day. MGNI. And this is an all-time high. Look at this gap up, MGNI. Another earnings play, TDC. I think it's Teradata. Yeah, TDC. So this is a nice gap up on earnings for it. Look at the monthly chart. So it still has room, in theory, $45. Those are the next highs on the monthly chart. So it's a great gap up for it. Snap. People follow Snap. Snap is an earnings play down. I know it says February 4th pre-market, but it looks like this isn't. It looks like they released after hours yesterday. So this is after hours, not pre-market. So Snap is a gap down a bit, 6% on earnings. It's had a great few month run. Pins, another one that people are familiar with. Pins is another gap earnings play. Big gap up for it. Look at this, 10% and an all-time high for Pinterest, P-I-N-S. Ego's on the move. Something to do with Greece. Ego, Eldorado Gold, Canadian gold stock, EGO, and Greece to sign a revised contract with Ego. So that's a big move. I see Sava is on the way down. Sava is on the way down. I'm hearing it ringing in my ear. There's the low of yesterday, 57.90. Oh, it's below the low of yesterday now. BSQR. It's still hanging in there. Not really. Yeah. See, I see these early. So there's a big gap up to 448. It's pulled all the way back down. And do I see any specific news on it? I don't see any specific news on it. It's a low float though, so it could gain traction again. It's a nice break on the monthly chart. We talked about JG. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. So this, I don't know. Who knows where this is going? Take a look at that. It's an all-time high now. Right there, the all-time high was 1172, so it's right at an all-time high for JG. Yeah, that was the crazy one yesterday. For me, the interesting thing about AACG, this is again one of those China education stocks. Not so much that it finished like this. Take a look at the 15-minute action. Okay. Yes, we noticed it in the pre-market, that little tan area there, that's the pre-market action. So it did have a gap up. It opened, and really it did nothing. It looked like it was just going to sleep for the rest of the day. It wasn't until, what time is that? Until 1:30, late, that all of a sudden it just started to surge. So, that came, for me, that came out of nowhere, because I'd never heard of this company before. But, look what it did. It got all the way up to $20. From $3, $3 in the pre-market. When you say the trend list, are you talking about my watch list? My watch list? What else do we have here? Perry, another addition. Oh, I just talked about that. Yeah, I just talked about that. That was another addition. It's a nice gap up. Definitely a nice gap up here. I don't know where there is resistance for this. How far back do we have to go? Yeah, we've got to go back to 2014. So really, there's no resistance for this Perry. Now, this is not an all-time high, Luke. You're saying ZOM. That's not, well, not according to our charts. I mean, we have up here at least 297. Okay, so, but ZOM on the move, definitely on the move. Lots of volume. I know some of you have been following this one, and it's right at last month's high, but it has resistance probably right around 2 to this area. So. All right, it is now 9:15, so I'm going to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. And again, we have more upgrades and downgrades, so I'll get a few of the upgrades in right now. Trying to see if there's anything interesting that's being upgraded or downgraded. Goldman is upgrading ZG. And there, Goldman is upgrading RDFN, Redfin, RDFM. And Goldman is upgrading the Goose. GOOS. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not too many downgrades this morning. Hey guys, there are multiple downgrades for NEWR. That might be an earnings play. Let me just, when I get off this, let me just check. NEWR, multiple downgrades for NEWR. Hey, downgrade for CGC from Piper Sandler. Okay, let's take a look at NEWR. Say a bunch of downgrades. And this is an earnings play, guys. So a bunch of downgrades for NEWR. So NEWR, so there is the 200-day moving average. Let's see if I can hold it. So this is a big gap down, 18%. Not a heck of a lot of volume yet, but definitely a big reaction after hours to NEWR. Okay, so yeah, NEWR is, look at this, another big move down. Multiple downgrades. This might be tough for it to hold. 63.30, 63.26 is the 200-day moving average, so it's about $1.50 away. Yeah, none at Interactive Brokers for me, Peter, in terms of shorting JG. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. I'm just sending an email. Oh, just a minute, please. All right, guys. All right, so big, the flyer, one of the big, huge flyers, of course, tied with Sava, AVXL, on the way down now. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have another positive open with the SPY. We had a great day yesterday. So if you like the market being up, if you call that great, then we had a great day yesterday. All the indices. Looks like we're gonna have another nice gap up. Give me a moment, please. Just got to do something on one of my other monitors. You're right. I forgot to mention Tattoo. It's TTOO. It is on the watch list. It's on. I mentioned it up there, but I forgot to actually verbally mention it. Yeah, TTTO is a big gap up. Again, I just another one. You just can't see any specific news on it. There's a big float too. 140 million in the float. So that's a big gap up. I'm sure there's got to be something out there. I just can't see anything. I'm checking my IB headlines and I'm checking R headlines. I just don't see any specific news on TTTO, but something happened after hours yesterday. I'm sure it's out there. I just don't have the time to check. Virus play, okay. why I don't see any news on that. Maybe it was, well, the news seems to be cut off just for today. That's all I can see, unless it is here. Sometimes our news. Oh, I see down here. Okay, 2-4. Yeah, you're right. Okay. And now I'm getting more news in my IB. Okay, yeah, I see it now. And that was after hours yesterday. Okay, 4:35 Eastern Time. Thank you. All right, guys, give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Also notice that Tiger. Yeah, also notice that Tiger was giving up some of its gains. It's had a tremendous 3 days, 4 days really. Well, actually more than that, but the last 4 days. But it's giving up some of its gains now. TIGR. Yeah, there was a glitch in the data that came in. I think it's been cured. In fact, thank you very much. I've got to get my just a minute now. I've got to load my other layout. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, because the rest of them during the day were fine. It was just that one, even though it worked, the RF. Yeah, the clove should be interesting. I think I have it on the watch list just in case it does something. Maybe takes out yesterday's high. Yeah, it could easily. I mean, it's only 13.10 yesterday's high, so it is on the watch list just in case. And what time is it? 9:28. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, again, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list right there, okay? Remember, everything in here in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And that is on purpose. Okay, we are now almost open. Sorry, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. It's caught me by surprise again. Okay, so there is METX. Market high, pre-market high is way up here at 429. There's STG, another one of those China stocks. SIEN. You know, I forgot to mention SIEN. I've got it on the list. SIEN was a big gap up after hours yesterday. SIEN, big gap up after hours. Well, there goes the LAIX. LAIX. Oh man, there's a low float. It's one of the China education stocks. You know, a couple of them went absolutely crazy yesterday. There's the pre-market high, 955. It looks like it's going to try to take that out. Look at the volume that's coming in, 1.6 million shares right already on that candle. I mean, we've already traded, we'll easily trade the float today, of course. Look at this, it's just over, getting closer and closer to that pre-market high. And there it goes, pre-market high, taken out. I don't think I saw any news for BSQR. No, I didn't see any news on it. Well, now it has come down a little bit. What is that pre-market high again? 955, so pop up. And we have a halt. We have a halt. The Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. All right, never heard of you, but we have a halt. Low volume to start off. RMCF. This has got some room if it can keep going. Now, if we can believe the bid ask, okay, it just dropped. Okay, I was looking at the bid ask. It was up to 850, 850. It's at 614, 614, 770. So it's all over the place. This is what I'm talking about. We don't know. I mean, if it's a 5-minute halt, but it was just a second ago, it was 88. So we'll have to see as it gets closer to that end of the 5 minutes, if it is a 5-minute halt, what it could open up at. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Your broker will have something similar. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Man, that little, look at that simulated trade that, so this is HOL 1476. It's at $20 now. Look at this. Look at the run it's having. HOL. Wow. One of the SPACs, guys. Look at the week it's had. Basically a double this week. HOL. But you know what? You're right. I think this was KRKR that I was looking at. KKR also worked, but looked good. But I think you're right. It was KRKR. This is another one of the SPACs, and it just got halted on, well, I guess on the way up. And we have another one. Oh, here's Lizzie on the way down. So this is shortable actually too. I can't short it yet. Obviously, it's halted, but this is a halt. WIMI. Haven't seen this one for a while. WIMI, super active one, 11 million in the float. Wow, this has got room. Let's take a look. Look left on that weekly chart. Last week's weekly high was 1046. Look left over here, 1043. Wow, this has got room. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. WIMI, and again, it's a low float. Meanwhile, LAIX is still on the move here. This is the China education. Problem, I bet you this has dropped, TDC. No, it's gone up. I thought you were looking for a short on this one, real. So this is, yeah, the earnings play, not an all-time high, but I think I went back. I did go back to 2014. Probably no real resistance. HOL? Not right now. 1980, 1983, 3-cent spread. Might have been when you saw it. It probably is all over the place, but okay, one of the flyers in the pre-market, MOGU on the way down, MOGU on the way down. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Just try to let things settle down. Will I miss an LAX if it keeps zooming higher? I absolutely I will. But you look at the volume, 11 million shares right there, 33 million. That's a third of the volume. A lot of volume in the pre-market, of course. Well, this is obviously going to be, this is the star. JG is not the star right now anyway. JG is big fade. Big fade now. China Education, it's not China Education, sorry. They had some news, they had other news. Well, meanwhile, WIMI just racing ahead without me. Lots of room. What's the spread on this one? Yeah, not terrible. 4 cents, 5 cents, 6 cents. All right, DSS. Now look at DSS. A huge gap down. Big gap down. Trying to recover somewhat, but I mean, I don't know what happened here. After hours, it started to move down. And then this morning, look at this. Big gap down for it. You know, trying to crawl back a little bit. The pre-market highs look like around 321-ish. I don't see, again, drives me crazy. Just don't see any specific news. Okay, so they did a financing. No, I see it. Okay, takes 26% on a capital raise. Okay, I do see the news now, so I don't know what the financing price was, but so this is gapped way down on a financing news. Keep an eye on this one, guys. SIOX. It didn't do really much. I mean, it had a big gap up yesterday, pre-market, right there. But when the market opened, nothing really happened. But some volumes coming in, and I was interested on this one if it could took out this area here, which is about 328. So I'm going to stick a price alert at around 328. See if it takes that out later on. It's fairly low float. Here is this KR squared. This is the one I actually meant, not the KKR, though the KKR I think was okay. Yeah, so this is an earnings play or February 8th. So this is next week, sorry. February 8th, next week. And Lizzie just opened, LIZI just opened, and gapping down. Well, it is shortable for me, but you know, it's risky. KR guys. So this is another China stock. Don't know what they do. It looks like, okay, so it is a China stock, KR. Relatively low float, 21 million in the float. Surging higher here. So let's look left. Next high looking left is 851 on the monthly chart. So around $8 right here in the weekly. Yeah, you're probably right. There's probably a lot. I mean, there's some Reuters news. Again, momentum in some China stocks potentially related to earlier Reuters report. The China Securities Regulator approves merging Shenzhen's main board with SME board. So So that appears to be the juice that's getting all these China stocks moving, or a lot of them anyway, not all of them. And now halted. Yes, KRKR now halted. Okay, waiting for, with bated breath, I'm waiting for the first one in our options plays. Okay, this one, I think this is on my watch list, but I looked at this. This is AIM. AIM was on the watch list because of what it did yesterday, but it is drifting down now. Okay, JG resumed. So this is, hopefully nobody chased this. I mean, $13 down to $8. Not shortable for me, so obviously it was shortable for you, Zach. Yeah, my conservative nature just would not allow me to short Lizzie. And now it's not shortable. Ah, now it is shortable. Oh, actually, there are a million shares. So okay, this must have been the remains from the previous symbol in IB when it said not shortable. So yeah, there are a million shares available now. So, and that's in Interactive Brokers. Okay, Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for your broker, of course. Yeah, man, this VXRT is still miserable. So the next low looking left for this one is just around $7 on that weekly chart. That's last week, 718 or so. VXRT is still super weak after this disastrous news 2 days ago. All right, Flint, FLNT, but look at it looks like there's pretty tough resistance right around 7. That's not that far away. Okay, now KKR making a new market low. Okay, there's this BSQR. I have no news on this one. Where are they out of? Washington State BSQR. I don't see any news on it. YSG straight up. YSG is straight up. Is this educate? No. I love this sector. The toilet preparation manufacturing sector. Okay, guys, so again, nothing will happen in this window here until at least 9:45, and now it is 9:45. Doesn't mean anything at 9:45 is going to happen, but I do put a delay. Well, if it's a 5 minute halt, James Perkins in the YouTube room, it'll open now. And it didn't. Okay, what I was saying, it was halted at 9:40 plus 32 seconds, so it is now 9:45 plus 42 seconds, so this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. And it's a volatility halt, it's not a news halt, so this will be more than likely a 10 minute halt then. Yeah, look at Sally Beauty, SBH, on the way down here. Some support maybe around 14 on that daily chart. That's how whippy. I mean, up to 44, down to 39. TDC. All right, well, let's see. Nothing in my options plays yet. Nothing in my watch list up or down yet. And one moment, please. Yeah, listen, I'll talk a little bit about GME. You probably read some of the news on it. Robinhood now has completely released all restrictions. So there you go. That's all I'm going to say about so all the restrictions, of course, with GME and all the other ones that they were restricting, they've lifted all the restrictions. So you want to trade it, you're on your own. Interesting. I'm seeing a lot more stocks in my running down list than my running up list. Market is now here's okay. Now here is FEDU. It is one of these education stocks out of China. FEDU. It hit 251 in the pre-market. The low float. And now this one. What are you? AAME. And this one is, wow, look at this. Severe rippage on this one. Look at this. AAME. And it is a really low float. So if you're going to take this one, be awfully careful. 5,600 times, or 56 times normal volume. So and it did not get halted. I thought it got halted. Well, we've got a lot of halts today. TRIT is ringing here. So TRIT, so the next high looking left, it's about 850 or so. So it's got some room. TRIT out of Singapore. Okay, Singapore. Well, look at TRIT. Look at AAME. This is an all-time high. AAME. Well, I don't know if it's an all-time high. This may be a symbol name change. I don't know. I can't quite tell. Still don't. Yeah, still don't see any specific news on it. It's an insurance play, and it's been halted at court. Well, it's been halted. Now we've got KPTI on the move. Lots of course, early morning move. Wow, look at that. Awfully horrible. Look at that daily chart, guys. Print this out. You see a chart like this, run. I mean, listen, it might do well today, but that's a horrible daily chart. all the choppiness, up, down, chopping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, listen, it may run today, but that is a really bad looking. Okay, KRKR just resumed. And so, James, you should be okay. It did open higher, so, and that was the 10-minute halt. WIMI still move. It is a choppy one also. I know I've traded this one in the past. It can be very, very choppy. All right, so CMCM is still up, but it is drifting down. CMCM is drifting down. I was watching the CMCM. This might be an interesting short if it holds this area here. There's some room down to the 3 level, maybe. And another one got halted. So this, the one from yesterday, did it get halted on the way up or on the way down? No, it got halted on the way up. So this is the one, crazy one from yesterday, the AACG. Porch, PRCH, Porch Group. So look at this one. Now this is this one of those SPACs? No, it is not. Okay, so so this was an IPO back here a couple of months ago. And an all-time high now, PRCH, doing very well. Still nothing from my options plays. Okay, so what do we have here? EVGN, an alert at 851. The highs in the pre-market, 903. CN, 665. A little bit of a move here. FEDU, 212. So moved a little bit, but not much. Remember, this is a watch list. Doesn't mean, when you get something, you just hop into it. Well, there's the open for AAME. This has gone crazy. Low float, 3.6 million in the float. That is what can happen. You have that low float being the number of shares available for trading. Anything under 20 million is what I would consider low, and so obviously 3 million is extremely low. That's why you can get these moves of 158%. You get a surge of interest for whatever reason. Maybe it's earnings or some news or some other reason. You can see right there, 3.6 million. It's already traded 3.8 million, so it has already traded the float. This will trade the float multiple times today. But look what happened. It got up to, so you got to be so careful, 670, and it dropped like almost $2, just like that. So if you're going to trade these, you cannot wander away from your computer. Let's take a look at YSG. So what Real is talking about is a potential short. Yeah, I see this is, I mean, looking at my channel way above. Boy, we're having a ton of halts today. Well, this is maybe, well, this is Churchill Capital. So is this a new SPAC by them? Churchill, CCV, another one. So I guess Churchill Capital, another one of these. Okay, so you can see their nomenclature. There's CCIV, and so their next one is CCV, Roman numeral V. Okay, so that is them, and they just released. I'm gonna have to add that to our SPAC list. Yeah, SPY is looking like it wants to drift down a little bit here. We've got a couple of opening red candles on the 15-minute chart. Another 3 minutes or so for this one to close. I'm afraid to look. Yeah. Well, again, all these restrictions, trading restrictions were lifted at Robinhood for all those, the AMCs, the GMEs, and all the rest of them. Meanwhile, GILT, G-I-L-T, Satellite Networks. Look at this. This is an all-time high now for GILT, G-I-L-T. Relatively low float, not crazy low. 30 million in the float. Nice relative volume, 4 times normal. There's CMCM, guys. This could, this could get down to this level here. There's after hours, 3:30. Boy, it's hard not to chase some of these, but AAME, all-time high. Look at the volume that is coming in. Remember, I just a second ago was just above that. It traded above the float just a little bit, and now it's 5 million to 3.6 million in the float. Is it a good entry for CLOV? It's hard to say. I mean, you know why this is down. There's been hit by that Hindenburg. There's going to be definitely a battle of words between Hindenburg and Chamath, but right now they're winning. So I can't tell you if 11 is going to be a good entry or not. ENLV. This has been a mover. ENLV. Look at the room. Let me make sure that's 1690. Yeah, 1694 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. So it has cleared that today. Maybe it cleared it yesterday even. Let me see. No, this is today clearing. Look left now. 2850. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's got a ton of room. ENLV. Into the abyss. VXRT continues down. I mean, I don't know. Maybe 684, 7 will hold it. I mean, looks like there's support down here. Well, this continues higher on no real news that I can see. AAME. Yep, guys. I mean, you're on your own trading this, okay? You want to have want to have a little bit of fun, take a very few shares, and that's all. But I mean, you're on your own. Oh, there's nothing to ask. I'm not gonna add anything. Really, AAME? Well, I didn't try to buy it, but it doesn't say I can't buy it. So interesting. So I don't know what you mean. Can you think of why SPWR would not have gone through? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about auto trading it? So the question was from our YouTube room. Holly's long positions. Can you think of why? All right, so are you talking about auto trading it? It didn't go through. Didn't take it. Well, Hindenburg's winning this war so far with Chamath. Oh man, I have to keep repeating myself. Thou shalt not chase. Thou shalt not chase. Just stop for a while. I know Zach is in it probably, but just stop for a while. Let me get in. Oh, well, I have no idea, Interfaith. I have no idea in your Fidelity account. I have no idea. You'd have to contact them. Yeah, I can't help you there, Interfaith. You'd have to contact Fidelity why it didn't go through. Here's the low of that. Okay, real. I got to stick an alert there, see if it takes that out. So you're not in it. There it is. There's the. I got no real inkling that this was going to happen. I mean, it was a pre-market. It was a pre-market mover, a little bit, a little bit, but no clue that this was going to happen. That is the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not chase. All right, so far these three alerts are fading. It's Clove, CLOV on the short, 1174. I haven't really paid too much attention to my watch list down. Okay, there's the YSG. All right, let's see if this works down. Just watching this YSG as it's hanging tough at that 24 mark. Meanwhile, Flint, FLNT, still running here. This is, so it's taken out that high of that week. And again, the next highs are, well, actually, has some room, 750 on that monthly chart. There's the two highs right there on that monthly chart. So it has some room. It's very possible, yeah. 100 coming for GME. Oh, man. Well, if I take AAME, I'm not telling you. 2013. This could be an interesting one. This TUFN. The next high is looking left. It's sort of at these areas, so it's near 20. The next high, if it does take out 20, is 2013. So, I mean, it's had a tremendous run, you know, a 3-month run from 6 up to 20, basically. Oops. Okay, so GME was just halted on the way down, guys. So again, you're on your own. Okay, CNEY. Is this a really an IPO? CNEY is an IPO out of China. CNEY. It's already halted on the way down. Looked like it opened at 8 and it's halted on the way down. Okay, at YSG after bottoming tail, topping tail. Let's see if it can really take out that 24. YSG. This is an alert from Real. Potential short under here. I'm going to stick my alert around 23.90, see if it takes that out again. Getting close. Bit of a spread. 7-cent spread right now. Not terrible, but all right, CYCC. Let's see. So it's near 9. Might struggle to get through 9. Then again, it may not. Look at this. Look at the volume coming to CYCC. Low float. 5 million in the float. Well, listen, if it can take this out right around here, I mean, and it could. I mean, the next highs looking left are way up here around $20. I will stick an alert up in this area here. See, it may not do it today, but if it, you know, if next week, if it takes this out, I mean, just look left. Look what it could do. Yeah, it's only if it capitulated, Shepard, okay? Got down below 24, 24.93. But you're right, it is a long play by the AI, by Holly. But sometimes, you know, these are way ahead of themselves and they could fall. So We don't know. I mean, that's why Real was saying if it has to give up this the VWAP in a big, probably in a big way underneath 23 or underneath 24, it may not do it. So that's why we just wait. So FXB, for instance, in my momentum up, that's exactly what it's all about. So one of the filters you can use is, the volume in the last minute is at least, I got here 1,000% of normal, last 5 minutes, 500% of normal. So you can use these two filters, okay? That'll show you the volume there's a volume pop, and those two filters are found, right click, configure on your alert window, search, type in volume, okay? And here are the two filters you can, use. The volume 1 minute, 5 minute. We have, different ones, 10, 15, 30, okay? So you can try these filters right here. And in the min, put a, pretty high value, okay? FXB. Now, that momentum up, I'm sharing it. So if you wanted to just use it, give me a moment here. So on my home page, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans on my home page. So if you click on my home page link, and you're going to see one of them is my scans, okay? Click here, and there they are. Momentum up, momentum down, okay? And just click on the link underneath. Oh man. Understand, guys. I mean, look how this is a 2 minute chart, right? So this got up to $9. Within maybe a minute or 2 minutes, it dropped down to 673. So just be awfully careful. Okay, again, this one, this Flint FLNT, looks like it is, I mean, it could take out 7. I mean, listen, if it can, if it keeps going, takes out 750, I don't see any resistance. All right, guys, CMCM continues to work its way down a little bit. All right, CMCM. Mamouche, I put it right on top of you, but I'll put it right below you. There's the link, okay? Barry's homepage, that's what it's, okay? Right above you, or right above you, right below you. Well, CMCM, guys, working its way down. Mentioned this one earlier as a potential short, right around here, right just underneath the 4 level. It's actually an AI trade, too. Real, not that that absolutely matters, but oh, I know it's hard. Well, CMCM's been a pretty gentle trade. Maybe it's not quite as crazy as the AAME, but so this is maybe coming into a little bit of support here at 329 after hours right there. Probably not that much volume, but might be a little bit of support if you took this one, the CMCM. Yeah, this has got halted again, yes. All right, so a lot, most, not shouldn't say most of them, but a lot of these China education stocks, except for, well, that's not. I keep thinking this is a China education stock, but it's not. It's an insurer in the States. All right, so YSG so far, this has not been a bad AI alert. There it is at 2407. Was a little bit choppy. Interesting. No option plays. I just want to make sure something here. Just a minute. All right, guys. Well, hopefully you saw. All right, winner. I've taken some out, guys. I don't completely. I mean, right here is probably could be some resistance. Okay, for BSQR. So this is what I'm talking about. You had to be quick. I didn't get it right at 386, but there's the first option play today, and but this is the this could be the area right there that it could stall. Okay, so that's why I've taken some out. And in the pre-market, it got up to 447. Funny, I was just writing our our deck to see if there was a problem with our option data, and boom, it popped right in. Okay, again, you had to be quick. I mean, this is, you don't see any news on it. Sometimes, I like to see some news for a reason for these pops, but I don't see any news whatsoever. I just don't see anything. Anyway, it was a quick one, and listen, it could still be working. Well, in fact, here's the resistance area that might stall it, but maybe not. BSQR. No, I just raced in and got it. I've taken some out, but let's, I'm going to hold on to see if I can really take out this area right here, BSQR. But I was literally just writing to our guys to say, hey, is there a problem with our option data? And just as I said it, I heard the wow, wow, wow. That is my sound alert for it. Wow. So I immediately looked at it, hopped on it, just over 4. Meanwhile, Chase. Look at this. When I say chase, I did not chase it, of course, but okay, I'm out of all the BSQR, guys. It's now it's really sinking here. Okay. I'll keep it on watch in case it takes that area out, that 470 area out. This is what I thought might stall it right here, and not quite to the penny. But even if it got through there, I mean, we've got 5, that area 5. So you got to be quick. 11 million in float. You've got to be quick on these. You cannot drift away from your computer. I know I say that all the time, but it's traded the float now. All right, guys, that's 10:23. I think now is a good time for me to start talking about trade ideas in general. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. I want to pop my home page into the room. There's a lot of information on my home page. I'll go over some of the information. All right, so on my home page, so here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, show you how much it costs. Oops. Come on. Okay. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The annual premium, the big one, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over a little bit later. There are other differences, but that is the main reason why people, when they take our premium service, they want to have access to the AI. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only, okay? So please listen to what I said, first month only. After that, it'll go to the 118 and 228. From my homepage, you can also sign up for the Trade of the Week free service. It'll get delivered to your inbox before about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, kind of what's happening in the room. I started around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them right here. All my scans, okay? I think this is a pretty popular link right here. All of the scans that I'm sharing. You can see I'm missing one right now. Another nice one, guys, PSAC, PSAC. This is moving higher with unusually strong options. You can see it right there. And so that's where I found the BSQR. Here's the next one, 1850 now. So this is probably one of my favorite scans right now, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, okay? People ask for my layout. I don't really give a layout out. You can kind of pick and choose what scans kind of seem to make sense for you. Just to give you a heads up though, gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market when I'm doing my pre-market work, okay? So all the scans that I'm sharing. Education links, a lot of education on this link right there. Click here. And where is that 20 short lessons? There you are, 20 short lessons. I do like to put this link on its own because I really think that this is a great link for those of you who are just starting out with trade ideas. Okay, when you click on that 20 short lessons link, you know, you start right from the beginning, downloading trade ideas, creating top lists, creating alert windows. All of the basic features are covered here. It's all text-based, they're not videos, it's all text-based. And also, if you're not a subscriber, you can also click on that link, and again, you can kind of see what we have to offer. Daily support session. So in our YouTube room, from 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over. Today it is Andy, I believe. So he'll be in the YouTube room. You can answer questions there. He's more of a swing trader than I am. So you can ask him questions from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. I take a break right around 12. I will put the link for the room in just before I take a break. Here, of course, is the free trading room. This is what I call the main room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. They are all archived. More educational videos here, and some ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created. Yeah, so Mamush, you just click on my homepage. Okay, just click on my homepage link. I've put it in several times. Should be able to find it in your YouTube feed, okay? You know, just if you see it's right here, Barry's homepage, it's right there, okay? All right, now I do want to go over what Trade Ideas is, first of all. AAME, it's just, there always seems to be one crazy one and a day, and this is definitely the crazy one. Oh man, do not chase it, do not chase it, do not chase it. I have to keep telling myself not to chase it. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanning software, all right? That is in essence what we are. What you see here, these alert windows, this is a scan that I created. Very simple one. It's called Basic New Highs and Lows. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. So if I click on configure, you can see what I've done. I've created a scan. Here are my filters. I like to look at stocks between 1 and 20. If you load this scan into yours, of course you can make an adjustment. If you don't, you want to have a different price range, that's fine. You just make the changes here. If you want to have a different volume, that's fine. But this is what I'm using. So if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time price alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. A real-time price alert. So you, of course, can create your own scans. We don't force you to learn a programming language. What we do is we say, okay, we have created, hopefully, enough alerts, different sorts of alerts. And when it comes to these icons, the filters. So you can basically choose, kind of a la carte, pick the alerts. The alert. Usually I only use one alert in an alert window, but you basically put your filters together and whatever alert you want. I'm using new highs. If you want to use new 5-minute highs or 30-minute highs or all the other types of alerts that we have, of course you can do that. So again, we don't force you to learn a programming language. We try to make it as simple as possible for people just to create their own scans if they want to. An order book to day trade? No, I don't even know. I just place my order and trade it. So that's what we are. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. That's the question we get all the time. Well, I have ABC brokerage. Can I use your scanner? We're a scanner. So at the very worst, what you'd have to do is you get an alert and you'd have to type the symbol into your brokerage platform. Now, we do have a nifty little tool called external linking. Again, all this is available just if you're using our application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. But the external linking tool, it's a great little tool. What that means is if you can establish a link with your broker, then when you do that, then when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform. And then, from there you trade it. And so what it is, it's a time saver. That's all it is. Linking is just a time saver. You don't have to do it, but if you're like me, clicking on symbols all day long, it would be a pain if I had to type the symbol in all day long. Okay, that is what linking does. Now, we also have an arrangement, but we have no connection with Interactive Broker in terms of a partner. People ask, well, if I take Interactive Brokers, can I get a discount from them? No. It's just that we've been able to establish a link with Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I think it works with Fidelity Clutch Cargo. Don't ask me how. I don't have Fidelity, but it's a matter of if you went to our homepage and asked how to link with Fidelity. There you go, Stephen. Okay, it does. Usually it's a matter of running both programs as administrator. So I just popped the B Plus Connections link in. Okay, now we jumped the gun. We thought we'd have TDA and E-Trade up and running by now. Right now, it's still Interactive Brokers. So what am I talking about? You see this window here? This is what we call Brokerage Plus. So again, only available if you're using our app, not available if you're using the web-based version. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you watch that video and it'll show you how you can actually use this window here to trade. You connect on live, and you connect to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use this window to trade. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do some cool things. Let's just say I get an alert, KKR, I look at it, check the chart, think, yeah, I'd like to trade it. I go back, right click, see how it says trade, and notice these buying and shorting options appear. Now, why do they appear? Because I created them. And if you watch the video, it'll show you exactly how you can create your own. So this is what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on an alert, you like what you see, you go back and pick how you want to trade it. Cannot see level 2 at all. No, your broker has level 2. We don't supply level 2. Mixed emotions about level 2. A lot of people think they need it. I personally don't. I mean, I have time in sales, which really to me, I mean, I'm just looking at the bid and the ask, and I'm looking how fast the stock trades, but I'm not looking at size level so much. You know, how many shares are available or offered doesn't really interest me that much. But I'm not saying if you like to do that, that's fine. But your broker will have all that information. How do we shade it? It's just automatic. All you have to do is, I'll just, in the properties, just check show pre-market and check show post-market, okay? So on the chart, just right-click, properties, and check show pre and post. Then you'll get these, then you'll get, wow. Well, I'm not in it anymore, but look at this, BSQR is not over yet. I'm not in it anymore, but wow. Okay, so that is, what Brokerage Plus is, how you can trade your account if you have an interactive broker's account, setting up one-click trading, okay? These are hotkeys, how you can get out of a trade. Flatten gets you out. Half gets you out of half your trade. Double doubles your position, okay? So this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, another huge reason. Wow, look at BSQR. It's too bad it had to be so whippy. I mean, that's a massive pullback, all the way down here, 361 from 488. Tough to keep in the trade. That's the problem with some of these. They get very. I mean, yeah, it's just for me, it's just too tough to keep in that trade. Now, the other main reason to use with this Brokerage Plus, if you are new to trading, practice trading before you put money into the market. We have an excellent simulator that you can use. So the new high, okay, I have a question from our YouTube room. Wow, look at BSQR. What's the difference between new high and new high filtered? The filtered, it will not alert you penny by penny by penny, okay? If you click on the help, you'll see what the exact reason is, okay? But new high will just alert you penny. You see how it's penny by penny by penny, AAME, as it's moving higher? Whereas the filtered, it'll delay it a little bit, but if you click on the help, it'll give you the reason. So, for instance, this is what I'm saying. If you click on and then you click on help, okay, we have help. Virtually will explain everything. All right. What made me get into it? My magic. Unusually strong options, Preston, right here. Okay, this is my go-to window now. Okay, simulator. You click on sim, and now you're in simulation mode. Wow is right. It's oh well. So, simulator mode. So, again, only available if you're using the application, not available on the web-based version. So, let's show you. I'm going to show you how it works. Let's just say I wanted to take PSAC right here on a pullback. Okay, I'm not saying, I just want to show you how it works. Okay? Here's how you can play a pullback play. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. And what did I say? 17 say 1780. Let's just do 1780. Put it in both. Ugh. I'm going to click on buy. I'm going to click on buy. And look what happens. So you see that blue line appears. So if it gets down to 1780, it'll take the trade. Okay, so this is like a conditional buy order on a pullback. And if it takes the trade, that blue line, dark blue line, will turn to a faded blue line, and it'll appear up here. Yeah. So I was asked, can you get an alert, a sound alert? Right click, actions, play sound, set up the sound, and now you can pick how you want to do it. You know, you can do one of them text to speech, so she'll actually say the symbol, or use custom sound. Select. We have these folders in here. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can pick one, open it, play it. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached. And that's with any alert window too, not just the AI. Okay? Now, you got to watch this video, okay? I force you to watch the video because there's a lot. If you're wanting to trade using Brokerage Plus in your IB account, you really have to watch this video, okay? It's well worth it. It's done by what I'll call our expert, who uses it to trade all the time. Okay? It's about a 25-minute long video. I'm sure it's going to answer a lot of other questions that you would have. Okay? Yeah, that is just too darn bad that it had to do this for me. I mean, I don't know if you guys were able to stay in the trade. I just couldn't stay in the trade. I mean, I did okay. You know, my levels, I got in at 409, out at 440 and 460. You know, I mean, it's pales right now, but you know, this could have just kept moving down. So, oh well. Okay, so there is a calendar feature, okay, where you can review the trades. If you don't have calendar in your tab, then you have to have the latest, later version of Trade Ideas. Just find it's just a little bit buggy. It's supposed to, you left click a couple of times and then a box will pop up. That's what's supposed to happen. It's a little bit buggy, I find. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But so if you don't have the calendar tab and if you do and you're not seeing something like this when you click on it, like maybe for you guys it'll work better in terms of, yeah, I just can't get it to open. It's hit or miss right now for me. It might be in my system, I don't know. But if you go to if you click on my homepage link, Richie, okay. Let me just see. Okay, were you the one that wanted to take an annual? An annual subscription? Okay. Okay, I'll have to just remind her again. Give me a moment here. Okay, I contacted her again. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, guys, what am I trying to do here? Okay, so I'm going over Brokerage Plus and how you can. All right, GI, I'll give you the answer to that. Just give me a moment. I'm going to show you, I have a, we call them symbol lists. And this goes over how to create a watch list. We call them symbol lists, okay? We do not alert on, well, in theory we alert on volume 2, but you can create, you know, my momentum up as an example has a filter in it, so I'm only going to get an alert if there's like a volume push, something like that, okay? I'm sharing all this. I'm sharing all of it, okay? Go to my homepage. Momentum. I'd like to set up a one-on-one. Okay, she says she did email you, so be on the lookout. Maybe it went into a spam folder, Richie, or some other, like a promotions folder. Okay, she said she did email you. I'm just quote unquote weird. I did. I'll email him again. Okay. All right, I want to go over the AI right now, guys. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night, and these, out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay? I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care about are what alerts am I going to get from those strategies. Okay, Jeremy, when you say it, the only thing that tells you, and you know, let's suggest, I'd rather not say tell, but you have to have our AI, which I'm going over right now. This gives you entries and stops, okay? That's the only one that does, and that's part of our premium service. That's what I'm going over right now. Okay, Jeremy, you need our premium service, and I'm going over it right now. So, as I said, these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. So in order to see them, the alerts that happened today from the AI, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you open that window, this is what you see. And nothing happens until at least 9:35 every day. So what I would do is I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, and then, you know, make sure you load trade ideas before 9:30 and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? No demo. There's no demo for it, Jeremy. No. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so again, Jeremy, from my homepage is how you can, if you click on Get Trade Ideas, Okay, well, all sorts of training. I mean, you're in this room. We've got all sorts of training, okay, including which you can take a look at right now. If you click on my homepage link and go to the training section, the education section it's called, and then go to the 20 lessons. That is a great primer about what Trade Ideas is all about and how you can create your own top list, alert windows, symbol lists, everything, okay? I'm also sharing a lot of scans that I've created. All right, so I just showed you, okay. Okay, cool, bye-bye. I just showed you how you can, well, did it do it? No, I didn't take that trade yet. And it may not, because remember what was it? I can't even remember what it was. PSAC. Okay, so PSAC. Remember, I put a conditional buy order right on the chart. And I'm just getting closer. It just about touched it. So we'll see if it looks like it was about a penny above it. So let's see if it takes the trade. Okay, let's say I wanted to take a trade right now. Okay, now would I take this trade right now? Not necessarily, of course. I just want to show you how you do it. Okay, it looks like it's making a new high, REKR. Let's just take the trade. Okay, I'm going to go in at the market. It was a 3-cent spread, so not a big deal. Again, I'm just showing you how you do it. Pick how many shares you want. You know, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy. Now, we always talk about a stop. I'm going to put, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade. You say to yourself, well, you know what? That one didn't work. I want to get out. I want to have a manageable loss. I don't want to have like a huge loss to destroy my account. Okay? So, now, where you put your stop, that's going to require some chart knowledge. If you're brand new to trading, that's why you practice first. Practice. So, I want to put my stop, I want to put it 20 cents away just to show you, put some easy math here. So I took the trade at 1571. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 1551. Just to make this math easy. This is not to say that, every stop should be 10 cents away or 15 cents away. It should be based on the chart. Probably, that would have been a pretty wide stop, but down here, maybe some support, on that 2-minute around 1519. But I'm just trying to make the math easy. So you notice right on the chart, the stop line has appeared. So if I allow it to go down to 1551, it'll take me out for a $58 loss. Now, let's say the trade really starts working well. I can start moving this line up like a trailing stop. Okay, put it in another area on the chart where I think there's some support. So if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. Now, I don't have to wait for this. If I don't like the way it's trading right now, I can just go to it and I can just flatten the trade. I can get out right away. Okay, I don't have to wait for the stop. Now, why did I pick a 20-cent stop? I just wanted to make the math easy. So 2 aspects. You have to know where you're going to get out, okay, price-wise, and then that is going to help you share size. Don't go into, trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. What you should be thinking about is how much am I willing to risk dollar-wise on a trade? So if your trading account, just looking at here, it might get stopped out, but I hope it does. Hope it does get stopped out just to show you how that works. So let's just say in your trading account, you can risk $100 a trade. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's say your trading account, you can say to yourself, I can manage $100 a trade if I lose. So that's why I use 20 cents, just to make the math easy. In that particular case, you could have taken 500 shares. 500 shares times 20-cent loss equals 100. Okay? So, the way to really do it is you would take where your entry is, where your stop is, subtract the two, and then divide that into, say, 100. And that'll tell you how many shares. It's not that hard. I mean, it sounds tedious, but I mean, it really isn't that hard. And look, this might be taking me out. I hope it does. I want to show you how it works. Because this is key. You know, you may be there. It just took me out of the trade. Okay. And yes, did it pop right back up? Yes, but that's okay. Okay. It took me out of the trade for a $60 loss. All right. Now, why that's important is because you might put a stop in. You might be listening to me and saying, okay, I've never really considered stops before, but I understand the concept. So, okay, I do want to minimize my loss, or minimize my loss. Okay, so all the best intentions in the world. So you put your stop in, and then look what happens. Okay, it starts approaching it. So you start moving that stop line down, because again, you start to second guess yourself about where you place your stop. You start thinking, well, maybe my stop was a little too tight. So you start moving your stop down. Of course, what happens? The stock keeps moving down to that new stop, and you keep moving your stop down over and over and over again. So now your $100 manageable loss may start turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell it. So we've all done it. We have all done it. So this is a great way to take emotion out. Now you're going to say, yeah, but Barry, look what happened. It popped right back up. I should have moved my stop down. Yep. In this particular case, that would have worked. But all the times that it doesn't work and destroys your account, too numerous to count. Okay. So this is such a great. It just takes all the emotion out. I could have always got back into this trade. Commissions are so cheap. They're either zero or horrors, half a cent a share with Interactive Brokers. They're so cheap that you could always get back into a trade if it sets up again. There's no best trade. I don't trade the 1 minute charts at all, so I can't say what is the best. We've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15. I can't tell you what the best is. I don't really use the consecutive candles, but personally, I don't use anything less than I use a 2 minute chart very specially, but typically I really only use a 5 and a 15. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't use a 1. Okay, so there's no answer to that. What is the best? Yeah, so the broker accounts, you're going to see this disappear for a while. TD Ameritrade, there's some real issues that we have connecting to TD Ameritrade. Hopefully E-Trade will be soon. I have no idea about Alpaca. You're seeing this on your versions. These are going to disappear. You'll only see E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. Whether you can connect to them all, if you had an E-Trade account, I really don't know. If you can connect to E-Trade and EIB, if you had to, I really don't know. Probably, I don't see why not, but you got to be awfully careful. Yes, Dimitri, and if you watch that video, it shows you how you can do that. Okay, the B plus video, it can show you how to do that. I really encourage you to watch the entire video. There's all sorts of good information there. So my orders, somebody asked about stop limit. Okay, so I'm using, well, it depends. I mean, listen, if the spread is tight, I don't mind going in a market order, obviously, if the spread is tight. Otherwise, I'm picking a price. So look at that BSQR. How upsetting is that? So I answered your question, Tate. There's no such thing as best. It all depends on, I never use a 1 minute time frame. I know people who do, if you can do it, but I can't say what the best is. No idea, Dimitri. No idea. We thought we'd have it 2 weeks ago, but there are some issues on delayed action on it. And so until that is solved, we can't release it. And I have no idea when it's going to happen. All right, guys. So what time is it? 11 o'clock. All right. Jeremy, you're talking about all 6 hours? I guess so. I guess this is actually, it shows up on our YouTube room, in our YouTube, in our YouTube, Trade Ideas YouTube room. But we're talking, I started, it'll be 6 hours long. I'm not sure you want to watch 6 hours worth, but all right, so I did see this one show up, the AXAS. So, do I like it? No. Why not? Because when I look left on that weekly chart, what do I see? I see some resistance right around here, right where it is. Okay, and now there is a high. I mean, granted, the next high looking left is 350. I suppose if it got through 350, then the next high looking left on that weekly chart is up here at 560. So unless it took out 350, I'm really not that interested. In that I'm going to stick an alert around 361. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about this alert that came in my options play. Just because you get one doesn't mean you just hop into the trade. You still have to analyze, where could it go until it hits resistance. It's trying. It is trying. What's the float here? That's a very low float. So, I mean, this could get crazy. 8 million in the float. Very, very low. Little energy play. So that YSG, actually, a nice alert from the AI. I can show it now. 2407. It chopped a little bit, but it is moving higher. So there was the alert at 2407. It is at 2490 now. And who knows where it can go. It's an all-time high, so there is no chart resistance. So, this could keep going. Let's stick an alert at 25, see if it takes it out. Yeah, so Jeremy, you asked me to take a look at STG. Only thing I can say about it is one of these China education stocks that were going crazy. And I think AMBO is going crazy. AMBO is going crazy again. Had the big day yesterday. STG, though, it's faded quite a bit. I mean, it hit a high of 320 down to underneath 2. So hard to know what's going to happen now. I mean, it's still up 40%, but it is, it's not as, look at AMBO comparatively speaking. I mean, it may surge later on, but there's no clue right now which way it can go. The last price column available. Well, when you get an alert, it's not going to. This price is not going to. This price is not going to change. Okay, that's the alert. I mean, every time you get the new alert, this is a real-time alert. Okay, 568. But if, for instance, it's moved down to 530, this is not going to change. If that's what you mean, this is just your alert price. You know, obviously, if you click on it, then in our single stock window is where you'll see the last price. You'll see it on the charts too. But that's not the purpose. Oh, I see. I guess that must be yeah, that's just not a feature of the alert windows. It's just, I see what you mean. You know, it is possible. Let me just see something here. It's possible as a custom, we have a data point that's called price. So it's possible. I've never tried it because I don't really care about the last price because these are just real-time alerts. I want to click on it. Guys, AXS is actually moved higher. Do you know how to write a custom formula, Clutch Cargo? All right, well, I'm going to put it in the tech support area. No, okay. A word about our charts. Our charts, I know it's going to sound crazy. Our charts refresh every 10 seconds or 8 to 10 seconds, okay? When we click on a real-time alert, that is the real time, all right? But if you kept it on here, it refreshes every, I think it's 8 to 10 seconds. Now you might think, well, that's crazy. Well, and I thought so too. How can I trade like that, especially as an intraday trader? Well, what I did was, when we introduced our charts, I don't know, 3 years ago, I had, I think, eSignal at the time, and so as my charting platform, I put the charts side by side, ran them for a week. I found it made no difference to me because typically what I'm doing is when I click on the alert, I see the chart. Now I am in my broker platform. I'm checking the time and sales here, seeing what's happening, okay? And it's not so much that I'm looking at this chart right now. And so that's why it really didn't make any difference to me because I'm not, staring at the chart anymore. I'm more into my broker's platform. So it made no difference to me. And believe me, if it had made a difference to me, I wouldn't be using the charts. I like the charts because I like how they look. I think they're nice and clear and clean and crisp, concise. How to create a custom formula. Okay. Okay, Clutch Cargo. I'm going to put this in the tech support tab, okay? How to create a custom formula. It might work. This might work because, and then what you would use is price. That is the last price, and you can put that in as a column. And that might show you the last price. Never tried it because it's never really, I don't really care, in an alert window to see the last price because, in fact, I don't think it'll work because, the value is not to see the last price, it's to see the price in which the alert happened. But you can try it. Yeah, I can't make recommendations like that, JB. I just can't tell you Yes, it is, or no, it isn't. The only thing I can say is that it's basing beautifully just underneath 25. You know, for me, if I were wanted to get into it, I would wait for a 25 pop on volume. And then, you know, it might give an opportunity. Okay, so that's all I would do. Put a price alert, maybe just, you know, a little bit over 25. If it pops over 25 on volume, it may give you a nice entry. You could put a stop down around here, 24.80, but you know, that's not a recommendation. And again, for those of you new in the room, you might already realize I don't make recommendations. I don't tell people what to buy or sell. Or, you know, we point out opportunities. If it meets your trading plan, if it makes sense what I'm saying, you know, then you can take the trade. If it doesn't, you don't take the trade. We have a lot of other great traders in the room that you can follow along, see what they're looking at. But if you're here because you think just, oh, all I have to do is listen to Barry all day long and he's going to tell you what to buy and sell, you're unfortunately you are in the wrong room. A lot of my focus in this room, of course, I try to trade my own account, but helping people understand how to use trade ideas, sharing all the scans that I've got. Well, the alert is telling me, I mean, this is a real-time alert, Jeremy. So it's telling me G Pro, with all the filters in place, is making a new low at 865. Okay, now it's popped right back up, but at the time, 11:10, it just made a new low. Okay, that's what this alert window. It's a real-time alert. Why G Pro and not something else? Because again, with all the scans we have, you create filters. So I'm looking at stocks between 1 and 20. You don't have to. I'm looking at, you know, a relative volume of current volume of 4, which is, you know, I want it to trade at least 4 times normal. But these are all things. If you go through the 20 lessons, if you go through the 20 lessons, it's, you know, all that stuff is covered. I know if you're not a subscriber, it's still available for you to take a look at. Okay, so with these filters in place, if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay? I don't think you can. I don't think there's a way. I don't use trend lines, but I don't think there's a way to. I mean, let's see if there is a way. I don't even use. I don't think there's a way to change the color. Yeah, this is just annotation. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to change the color of the trend line. Guys, AXAS is another winner. When I say another winner, I was talking about it. Break over 350, that might get it going. There it was, 342. It took the break at 350 or 3, what did I have it at? Yeah, well, I had a couple of alerts. And now we're got up to what, almost $4. Little pullback now. Yeah, so just go into my home page. It's there, trust me. It's there. Okay, click on my homepage link right there, Barry's homepage right here. And the scans. Click here. Okay? Right there, moving higher with unusually strong options, right there. Come on, take out 4. Look what happens, guys. I mean, what did I say? You just have to look left. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 560, but all right, HODL. Okay, a couple of things. Do you have a green? Does it show that you're connected with a green ball? Okay, did you hear me? Do you have a green ball there so that it shows that you are actually connected? Or is it red or orange? That's okay, Abe. You're not that guy. Don't worry. Okay, so HODL, can you hear me? Really helps if you ask me a question that, let me know. Make sure I'm not on mute. No, I know you can hear me, but I'm talking to HODL. HODL, can you hear me? I'd love to help you, but okay. So, do you have a green ball that shows that you are connected in the toolbar? Do you see that red ball? Not red ball, green ball. Do you see it way over here? Is it green? In your toolbar, there should be a green ball that shows that you're okay, yes. Is anything else populating? Do you have anything else that is populating? Anything else in any other of your scanners? What is Trade Plus? Brokerage Plus? What is Trade Plus? Okay, B plus. Okay. So, and you have a lot of other scans up and running and nothing is populating. Are you new or have you had, how long have you had, I mean, is this the first day this has happened or you're not new? Okay. No, that's a little bizarre if you're not new. So do me if, can you, okay, so you have my basic new highs and lows. Do me a favor. Can you copy the cloud link and send it to me? Just put it in the room so I can take a look at it. You're not on history. Okay, you're not on history by some. You are history. It says real time. It says real time. Checked real time. Okay, how about trying this also? Go to your account and reset connection. Okay, reset connection or reload trade ideas. I know you're in a trade, but it's pretty bizarre if you have a green ball. You are a subscriber. You're not just brand new. This is the first day. It might be just one of those things. Maybe just do a reset. Go to account, reset, or reload trade ideas. All right, Porch, P-R-C-H, is, and look away, W-E-I, W-E-I. Wow, look at this one go. There's another China stock, guys. W-E-I, so look left on that weekly chart. And what do you see? The next level is 274. Now again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking at a chart to see where it could stall. Yeah, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay. SOS is the next one that just popped in here. Ooh, boy, this is, what has this got? 410 is the high. This has got some room, guys. SOS. 421 on the alert from the options. Probably don't even have float information for it. So I don't know. Our provider doesn't have any information on that float. You know, I'm telling you to take the trades, okay? I mean, here they are. And if you look left, there's really no resistance. So, you know, if it meets your trading plan, your style and all. I know. Interesting symbol. VOR must be an IPO. Wow, look at this one. VOR Biopharma. This is an IPO, just resumed or just started, and it just got halted because of volatility. Depends on the chart. I mean, probably the weekly chart, but I won't go back probably more than 3 years. I mean, I know some people want to go back 100 years, but I probably don't go back more than 3 years. I don't think what happened 3 years ago has any bearing on what's happening today, but that's my opinion. Okay. So when I'm looking, I mean, obviously with SOS, I can tell immediately, you know, with that weekly chart that, you know, there's the next high looking left. I don't have to go any further back. You know, that's just a few weeks. That's me. But if I didn't see anything, you know, I'd be looking at my monthly chart. But if I see, if I don't see anything, you know, within 3 years, then I don't really care. All right, guys. They're going to pop from here. Well, I mean, look, things like GMC, etc. I mean, that they're in a class of its own. Okay. All right, guys. So, also, when you look at this, I mean, this is a China stock. I mean, for whatever reason, China is in play. Okay, so China is in play. So it's not just the stock itself, is what sector is it in? Again, for whatever reason, China's in play. Yeah, it probably was a name change or something, a symbol change. Because there's no way this was an IPO there's no way this was like a $2 IPO. So it probably changed its name or its symbol, and that's what happens. I gotta be careful though, because I have no idea what this float is. We don't have any float information on it. It can happen, when a stock does a symbol name change, or I don't know, in China, I mean, sometimes we just have difficulty. Our provider. Oh yeah, I mean, it depends on the chart. I mean, of course. I mean, if I type in Macy's, a monthly chart, I can go back. I'm back to 2013, 2010. Okay. It's a pretty big float then, if that is the float. All right, guys. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that YSG. I mean, it flirted with that 25, but might be dropping a little. Well, it looks like it's dropping now. The YSG. Yeah, well, not looks like. Sorry. That's a big drop. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment, please. Wow, 11:30 already. XRF, thank you, Casa. I knew you would come through for me. I do remember XRF. All right, guys, I'm out of the SOS, okay? Basically flat. I'm going to wait and see if it takes this out again. So, see if it starts to really run. Sorry, I know I'm talking to myself. Okay, guys, I'm just going to write an email. I'll be right back. Okay. So Way, yeah, man. Okay, you guys were talking about HTHT. Nice. I can see it's already starting to fall for you guys. So this has been a pretty good AI alert. There was a short at 104.80 down to 98.95 right now. Fairly steady. You know, listen, little topping tails here. Yes, they look at the top of the channels I'm looking at also. Yes, okay. But I'm looking here. Looks like there could be some support around that 50 mark, but I'm too late on it. Well, if it drops another $2, I'm not too late. I'm hearing GPRO. Yeah, this is an earnings play actually. GPRO is an earnings play. You know, in advance of earnings look pretty interesting the last few days, but look at this. Look at this move down for GPRO, GoPro. Looks like there could be some support around 8. Yeah, the AI's been pretty good. I mean, no, it's out of the price range. I like to trade, but you know that doesn't mean you guys don't have to. But yeah, especially I like this HRC was, you know, 5.4%, 5% almost here for the SunPower SPWR. I'm going to continue to watch the SOS. I just want to, it took me out flat. I want to see if I can take this out later on. This area out here around 430-ish. Checking my watch list now. Of course, the BSQR at 390. Of course, obviously a great alert. It was about the same alert, 386 from my options play. A little bit whippy, unfortunately. That's what got me out of it. But nonetheless, let's see what FEDU did. Yeah, a lot of these China education stocks, other than maybe AMBO, didn't really move. Yeah, so the watch list, kind of spotty. I mean, obviously the BSQR was tremendous, but this should not have been in here. This should have been KRKR, not KKR. Because I don't have that price range normally. I misspelled, so that's why that actually got in there. I don't even know what it did. And SSL, this is a sneaky one. It's a South African oil play or energy play. Had the pop right here, and it's just kind of holding. I've traded this one in the past, but it's a big float, 560 million in the float. It does have a lot of room looking left. I mean, this is, in theory, if you believe that energy is trying to make a bit of a comeback, I mean, this, a potential swing trade. So this one, this VOR, another halt, or sorry, resumed. I see Carver actually, Carve. Wow, so Carve, this is one of those ones that was so active back here. Remember this day? Up to $23, or this week. Okay, it doesn't look like SOS is going to do anything. I'll still have the alert set here in case later on in the day it decides it wants to take the move, but right now this is too big. This is a pretty big pullback. All right, I just want a confirmation that it is Andy today in the who's taking over at noon in our YouTube room. Okay, yeah, he's going to be in the YouTube room at noon, so wow, I mean, will GPRO, will it hold 8? If it doesn't, I mean, look at this. This could be a catastrophe going forward next week. I mean, this is just a earnings play down 20%. BSQR just made another new high. Tough one though, not a, even the 5 minutes kind of choppy. I mean, look at these bottoming tails on the 15, just hard, well, for me anyway, hard to, I know you could take a look at that 8 EMA on the 15 if it didn't break, but you're talking about some pretty wide ranges for a fairly cheap stock, so. And again, I think this one showed up yesterday in the options play. I just find the SPACs, the SPACs, are just difficult intraday traders. So, I mean, did it work? Worked briefly. 18 got up to 1874 quickly on that. Well, not even quickly. That's a 15-minute chart. GJ, well, that took a real dive, didn't it? Yeah, so I'm not sure what you want me to say. I mean, it was huge in the pre-market, and it did have some news, I guess. But since the market opened, it is just really diving, diving, diving. I mean, I know it's still at 54%, but not a lot of enthusiasm for it right now. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I mean, I suppose, but with high with so much computer trading going on now, Joshua, it's not like the old days where you could almost, at noon Eastern to about 1:30, things would dry up a little bit. I suppose there's a bit of a slowdown. I don't really see it that much anymore. Obviously, when the market first opens, the first half hour or so, things are going to go wild. Um, they'll tend to tail off, but it's not like I will say to myself, well, I'm not trading, for the middle 2 hours of the day because it's really slow. No. Callon Petroleum, CPE. Yeah, I mean, there's another one, obviously a great week. Taking all this out, looking left. What's the high looking left? 1770. So, I mean, all these, my thoughts. I mean, if you think energy is going to, come back or get strong, then, a stock like this is an interesting potential swing. But it's really tied. I mean, I don't know if it has any specific news for it, but it's probably, it's rolling along with the rest of the sector. It's not, it's so much not liking it. I don't like, I like to find those alpha stocks, okay? The ones that are kind of trading on their own that don't really matter what the rest of the market's doing or the sector is doing. So unless an energy play has something really specific, like a stock has something specific to it, yeah, typically in energy, I don't, I sort of shy away from them. But you get some small caps that are really moving because they've got some kind of weird news going on, and they don't care what the rest of the sector is doing. So it's not so much I don't like the energy sector, is it's like gold, or the precious metals. I mean, most of them are all tied to what the sector is doing. What I try to do anyway, is find those stocks that don't care what the market or its sector is doing. That I don't know, Autolycus. You might have to, check with. Well, in fact, if you are going to hang around, you can ask that question of Andy. He may have a better idea. Okay, if you're going to hang around, he'll be there in 12 minutes. Okay, you can ask him. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Okay, but he might. I think he uses Brokers Plus a lot more than I do. So if you can hang around for 12 minutes, ask him that question. Okay. And speaking of that, so I'll be taking a break in a little over 5 minutes from now. So I will put the YouTube link if you want to head over there while I'm on break. I say Andy will be there, one of our great traders slash trainers. He's a little more of a swing trading individual than I am. Sort of like this one, you talked about a petroleum play or an energy play. I mean, this is obviously kind of trading on its own, Axis. I mean, it's a little one, doesn't really care probably what the energy sector is doing. It may have had some, specific news on its own. I don't know. As an example. That's why when I got it in my options, I didn't look at it and go, energy play, don't like it. That's not how I thought about it. Okay, boy, a few IPOs I guess today. Another IPO today, IMCR, another expensive one. IMCR, IPO. Yeah, this one's kind of rolling along a little bit from the AI, SPWR. Yeah, I mean, look, it's got room. I mean, look at the monthly high. It's way up here. So, I mean, it has room if it wants to keep running. Fell, I mean, it was on a tremendous multi-month run until until this month. I mean, this month is only 5 days, so it's not like it's had a, what was its high up here? 55. I mean, it's a pretty big decline, though, I have to admit. 55 down to 37, trying to come back a bit. I don't know if there was some specific news about it or just in general. Well, what did TAN do? Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF. No, it looks like this is kind of, SPWR was kind of trading on its own then. All right, with AXAS, I have to put an alert way up here and see if it takes that out later on. There still would have a little bit of room left. You look left, well, quite a bit of room left. Look left on that weekly chart. The next high would be 556. So if it can kind of pop up on some volume, it might get me interested again. Okay, guys, just getting set. Just waiting for Jamie to tell me when he's going to be in our YouTube room, and I'll be taking my break. Well, there have been several, Tony. IMCR was one. VOR was one. I think there was a China one, CNEY. Don't you have? Didn't I give you the? Because you can do it yourself. Give me a moment here. I mean, here's the IPO calendar that I use. Okay, and I'll pop the link in here. Okay, so if you went to calendar, oh, I see, okay. So here they are. I mean, what is this not? This is 2.5. This is today. So ANG, I don't know if these have all come out yet. Bolt, interesting one. So anyway, there's your IPO calendar. Is Trade Ideas freezing on me? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Nope. Yeah, it must be your internet. Yeah, nothing is frozen on me today. Keep an eye on the AXAS guys. I mean, it's challenging four, trying to challenge four again. And there's a little cross here. Look at that. The 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA right here at 381. It's a little, so that could signify that it wants to move. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Andy's going to be in our YouTube room any moment now. How is the goose doing, by the way? Because had an upgrade. Whoops, too many O's. Had an upgrade by Goldman's this morning. A little bit of a pop here. Actually, you know, nice, nice pre-market pop. Upgraded by Goldman. And it had earnings on the 4th pre-market, so that popped it yesterday. All right, Andy, I do see you in there. Okay, I'll stop my streaming, have fun for an hour. Okay.
Hello traders, let me know when you can hear me and you can see my screen. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me? Anyone at all? Please let me know. Jeremy, thank you. We have a connection. We have a handoff. It's always kind of tricky. It's kind of like that 400 meter relay, man. You got to make sure you get that baton handed over perfectly. You don't want to drop the baton. Great, thanks, Michael. All right, looks like we have. Hey, Bill, how you doing, buddy? Jacques, Joshua, and Gomez, and Real. Daniel, man, you just got a few people in here today. All right, guys, welcome to the support session, Friday edition. All right, this is the 1 hour segment where we hijack Barry's stream and we open it up for you guys to ask questions about the software, about trading if you like. If we don't have a lot of yeah, there you go, stick. If we don't have a lot of questions about the software, we can always venture into trading and looking at stocks. It's always fun. But we do want to answer any questions, especially for the new people that may have the software. And don't be afraid if you're out there and you're like thinking, "Oh man, there's a bunch of experienced Trade Ideas users in here. I don't want to ask my silly question." And hey, we were all there at one time, so nothing is too novel. You know, just go. You know, even the very basic stuff. Let us know if you're need help with it, we will help you. It's what we designed this for. We have plenty of time for the traders to call out stocks in Barry's room. But while we are waiting, let's take a peek at the market. And once again, like I said yesterday in the webinar, there's not much to talk about when you're sitting at all-time highs. There's not a lot to dissect, you know. You're just at all-time highs. So Spiders probably would like to hold this for the intraday purpose. Maybe some longs on the long side would like to hold this fast moving 10 period moving average intraday. We'll see if it can hold. But you know, other than that, yeah, there's no bearish case to be made. All right, we got a good crowd, guys. So if you do have a question, now is the time to start dropping them in there. I'll only be here for an hour, so we need to make sure we get all those questions answered. Okay, Elliot says, is it recommended to buy market or limit in following Holly's price entries? Good question, Elliot. What you want to do is you want to buy limit, but you want to use your delta kind of wide enough so you'll get all the fills. And what I mean by that, if we just go to let me pull up my B plus here, and let's go over to the Holly strategies. So what you want to do is when you set up, let's say you're setting up your long entries, okay, you want to do a limit. Okay, market, you could really get hosed. I mean, when you're paper trading, this is a great thing to do when you're paper trading. Experiment around with different deltas, and because our software, our B plus actually kind of mimics real live action. Okay, we know where the bid and volatility is, and kind of give you a good estimate of what your fill would be. So you shouldn't just automatically get whatever the alert price is. It should mimic you and give you a delta. A lot of people like to use around a 7, maybe, a 7 cent. That doesn't read right there. You want to go negative 0.07. Okay. And what the negative and positive mean, just think of it this way. The negative is being more aggressive to get the trade. A positive is when you're trying to get a better price than what the current alert price is. And that works sometimes too. So, but you're going to probably miss, the fast movers if you do something like that. For example, today in, let's see what it was. It would have been... Oh shoot, let me see. It's HRC short. Okay, that was, well, no, yeah, this one you probably would have had to have kind of an aggressive delta on that. I'm not sure what it would have had to been. Maybe 7 or 8 cents would have got you in. I can probably almost guarantee you if you were using a 2 cent, you probably wouldn't have got that trade, and that is the best trade of the day. So once again, it goes back to being paper trading and getting an idea of how where you want to set those deltas. And I would probably recommend around 5 to 7 cents. Sometimes you're going to get much better than that, especially if it's a contrarian play, and we're seeing more and more of those. But best thing to do is just practice with it. Hope that helped you there, Elliot. Yeah, but to answer just a basic question, you want to do a limit, but just play around with that limit offset. I keep calling it a delta. We call it a limit offset, same thing. All right. Autolika says, how would I create a trading strategy in Brokerage Plus for a stop limit order to buy at a higher price? I'm having trouble figuring this out. Very good question. So you're talking about building a strategy. Or are you just talking about parameters to gosh, because we have that buy button. So let me go over here and look at mine. And okay, here's my chart long strategy. So what I want to do with this chart long strategy is, this is what I use if I want to place a limit order on a chart, but it's what we call a stop limit, not a stop limit, but a buy stop. Okay, and bear with me on this. I haven't looked at it in a long time. We've been seem like we're always testing other things, but let's take a look at this trading strategy that I bought. And really all it is going to be the order details. Okay, well, of course, your entry time doesn't matter because you're going to be trading off the chart. So anytime you trade off the chart, it just does not pay any attention to any of these things right here. The order details is what matters. That and the risk management, of course. So, and it looks like I don't have what I'm supposed to in this one. Okay, I've lost my... okay, let me just rebuild it. I don't know why this one should work. Okay, so I'm just going to come in here. Let's say I'm swing trading, okay, and I want a stop loss of 3%. And don't know why I lost this. But, okay, target I'm not interested in right now. We want to show this buy option. So I'm not going to use a target, not going to use a trailing stop. And then we're going to put use last price as reference for placing exit orders. Okay, so this makes sense. So the last price is going to be, or shall I uncheck that? We're gonna test this. Okay, let's test it. Okay, so I'm gonna put OK here, and let's think of something. Let me just pull up something everybody's kind of familiar with. Okay, so Apple right here. Let's say if it goes to highs, I want to place a buy, right, using the parameters that I used in my strategy, which is basically a 3% stop loss. And so what you want to do now that you have your parameters built, and remember, you have to dedicate this your chart long strategy by clicking on this default chart long strategy. Okay, so when you do use the buy buttons, it's going to know which strategy to pair it up with. Okay, so let's say this Apple right here, you want to buy it if it goes to highs. You just take the buy button. Okay, this is basically a stop limit, is what it, or a buy stop is what it is. It's always kind of confused me by calling it a stop, but that's basically how you say it. So it's a buy stop. So if I put this right here, okay, order open to buy, stop at 137.40. Okay, so that's our order right there. And there's the stop. Okay, see how it's putting in a stop for you there? So that's a way to do it. Now if I didn't put a stop in there, auto, okay, it would not have a stop. It would just put a buy limit out there once it triggers. Okay, so you'll have to go in here and you'll have to, you know, obviously your order details, you want to put how many fixed dollars you want to buy, or if you want to do you know, fixed shares, you can also do that. I like using fixed dollars. So if this were to go up and trigger, it's going to automatically go out and buy me $1,000 worth of Apple stock, whatever that would be. And then this is really cool. Now there is another way to do that. Okay, if you don't want to go in here and use your strategies and do it from the chart, which I think is probably the best way to do it, you can simply go into this order configuration down here. Okay, let me pull up another stock here. Okay, let's say we're looking at Twitter, and if it goes back to this double high right here, you want to buy it. Okay, so what you could do is just say 56.50. So let's say we wanted to buy 2,000 shares of Twitter. Once it goes to 56.50, we put our stop price in right here, 56.60. That's our stop price. And then what we're going to do is we're going to buy at market. Okay, once it hits that stop price. And there you go. So you can do it that way too. No, I just showed you auto. You can also anytime gets confusing with people down here. Just think of this as if you want to just do a regular market or a limit, you could use it by doing this market or filling out the price you want to buy. Okay, but if you want to do a buy stop like we just talked about, this is where you want to come in and put the stop price right here. This is where you want to buy it. Okay, so once it hits that 5650 level, it's going to trigger a market order to buy 2,000 shares. I hope that makes sense. Hey, Mike C. No wisdom here. All right. Elliot, yes, I am paper trading too before I commit. Yes, very smart, Elliot. Always, anytime you have a new system, you're trying out a new strategy, whatever, you always want a paper trade and get a good feel for it. Uh, Now, little hint, like Mike said, I'm going to share a little wisdom when it comes to Holly. And we have a performance page that we share with you guys. If you want it, just come to send us info at trade-ideas.com. We can show you the moderate performance of Holly over the last couple of years. I think, since I think it goes back to early 2019, 1st January 2019. But what I want to share with you, and it goes to a lot of in what I preach when I talk about the best day traders that I know, throughout my history. They're not ones that are looking to jump in and ride a stock for 20 or 30 cents in a 15-second time frame and jump out and take some money and move on to the next trade. You can do that, and you can make a decent living. I was kind of a scalper for 17 years, but if you really want to get big, and do very well with trading, you're gonna have to learn to hold these things all day. At least like 2 and 3. Look for 2 or 3 hour moves versus 2 or 3 minute moves, because we have data that backs this up. Okay, if we look in our back office, just like that document we share with you, when it comes to our moderate performance, outperforms conservative performance by leaps and bounds. It really is amazing. And that's because you just think about the principle. What does moderate profit do? Well, it stops you out once you hit a stop price. Okay? Everybody should do that. Have a stop. If it hits it, get out. But it lets the winners keep running. And I know most of you have read all the books. All right? What's the biggest problems when it comes to being a successful trader? Okay? There's 2 of them. Not cutting your losers and not letting your winners work for you. That's the beautiful thing about Holly. Okay? By watching Holly, you will learn this concept. Okay? Because that's what moderate profit does. It's HRC. Holly got out. I can't see the shade. Looks like I'm not sure, but in a lot of cases, you'll see Holly get out on a profit save or a timed exit for whatever the reason may be, and then the stock just continues to make profit, and that's what moderate profit calculates. So even if you're not trading Holly, you can learn a lot by watching her, because you'll see in most cases, I'm going to go ahead and say it, in most cases, moderate profit's going to outperform conservative. Don't pay any attention to aggressive. We're about to get rid of that because aggressive does not adhere to stops, and it's a very dangerous concept in it on its own. So moderate profit will get you out once the stop loss is hit, but otherwise it's going to hold this baby till the end of the day. There's some days where the market may be volatile, where conservative will win, but over the long haul, moderate is going to prevail. All right. Let's see, wait a minute, did I miss anything? Apart from Brokerage Plus, what other brokers sync the TI platform in Canada? Well, let's see, Quest, it isn't Quest Trade in Canada. I know we linked to Quest Trade. I don't know a lot of Canadian brokers. I think most of the traders there either use IB or Quest Trade, and we do link to both of those. So I would definitely take a look. I don't know a whole lot about Questrade, but I know a lot of people use it, so you may check that. Is it possible to do a buy stop on the chart by right-clicking the chart, then trade, then selecting one of the trading strategies? No, no, you're going to have to, like you saw where I did the on Brokerage Plus, you're going to have to dedicate default long strategy. Okay, so anytime you use the buy button, it's going to automatically take this, so you can't switch it. If you want another strategy, you can do it. You could, if I wanted to switch to it, I'll say I like these parameters, I could dedicate this my default strategy by setting it as default strategy. So you can set any one you want to, but there's no like switching right after the trade or something like that. You can always move the stops around, so you just have to do that manually. All right, you're welcome. Are you the guy that does the trade of the week? No, Steve does the trade of the week. We will get together on Saturday mornings, pretty much every Saturday morning. He'll ask me for some ideas. Sometimes he'll use them. Sometimes, we kind of brainstorm and kind of look over. He'll ask me about charts, and we'll kind of kick it back and forth. But he makes, he kind of does it. He's in charge of that. So, but I help him. Where am I at here? Thank you, ED. Valuable insight. Let's see, what are your thoughts on PLTR for a swing? All right, let's go ahead. I don't see any other trading. Looks good. Looks good. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to catch, right here. I love to catch it. I'm one, I don't like to chase. And even though to some people it may look like a chase, I like to kind of keep an eye on use price alerts. And we had some really good ones. What was the one that Jim we had yesterday that somebody gave us? I'm trying to think. Was it PayPal? No, I don't think so. No, it wasn't it. I'll have to go. Well, let me look at my price alerts, and I can tell you. Ooh, trying to think. No, I think it was one we just said. Hold on, just a minute. I'm trying to find that stock. This was it. Right here was a beauty. This is one that backed up. Yesterday and came down, and then there's your trigger right there. I'd like to catch these earlies because a lot of times when you're in a downtrend like this, they can get very waffly. I mean, just kind of jagging back and forth. So I like to catch moves off the not bottom, but off a pullback like this pretty early. So that way, if it does start to meander back and forth around that entry, it's not something I chased way up here. But PLTR does look good, but once again, personally, I would like to have caught that right when it broke that high. Now, doesn't mean it can't still be a good trade. Right now, a lot of people would wait for it to clear that moving average. So what I would like to do if I missed it at that point, I would kind of probably watch it today. It doesn't look bad. It's just me personally, I like to be on top of things and catch them early. I don't like to be the one. Even if it's only a small move, not late to the party, but still, it's a lot of potential there. I know it was hot on these days right here with all these volumes, so I'm not going to tell you not to, but man, hitting. All right, let me see here. Catch up. Get me a drink of water here. Ed says AAME. There you go. There you go. Now that's a big move, obviously, but you're right. I can't tell you. I can probably get a pretty good guess that a lot of these traders, this morning, I'd say the majority of them probably, sold around $5 or less, and they're thinking, I should say majority of them, but a good portion of these guys, I promise you, didn't ride this thing all the way up to $10. And this looks pretty good right here. This HUA, but boy, that's one that's looks good. But on a Friday, once again, I don't want to chase that. But getting back to that AAME, yeah. So, but great, Ed. That's a great comment you made. That is a good example of holding versus scalping. Obviously, once you get up to, I mean, this is up 435%. So that, and I don't know was this actually trading around $2 in the last few days and then gap up and move like that? Obviously, you get 100%. I would not blame anybody for selling a portion, maybe a third or even a half if they had to, on the open. When you get that kind of gain, you're talking any time you get over 100% gain. I mean, I had CBAT, overnight, and yeah, I sold, at 865 this morning. I had it, because I just got a decent gap. I sold half, I should say. I'm still in half, but I sold half. And when I get moves like that, I just, I take it. Obviously nothing like AAME, but you got to take some off when you get a big gift like that. But you're right, man. You got to let some of these, got to let it work for you. WMI was mentioned before this morning by Barry. Since crashed. Any thoughts on this one? I wouldn't call that a crash, but obviously had a nice run up for 30 minutes, and now it's way off its highs. And I don't like when they come back this far. A strong stock is going to hold probably this 10-period moving average. If it's real strong, it's going to bounce from there. I mean, everything is there. The relative volume, nice looking chart, breaking out of that high. But for whatever reason, I don't like when anytime they break out of a high, and then come back and fall down below it. Okay, that's my first red flag. And then, of course, the second one, it didn't hold its momentum line. Okay, now you see this line rolling back over. Is a very good chance it's going to, direct this movement even lower, possibly to lows on the day. So to me, that's not very bullish. That doesn't mean it can't change. Markets are wacky sometimes, but for right now, I could not get in this stock trade for any reason. Okay, it didn't hold the level I'd like to on its multi-month high there. Looks like about a 6-month high, and it could not hold it, and then also broke the intraday line right there. So not something I'd be interested in. Now, if it gets back above both of these, hey, maybe we're back in business. Mike C says the 20-day range bounce that I shared in the webinar yesterday, there was a good one in BHP. Let's take a look. Yeah. Yep, there's your trigger right there, probably. And so not bad. Let me see if you drop some other ones in there. ST. Oh, I'm not seeing. Oh, you're ST right now, huh? Is this, or are you talking about right here? This may be one where the second mouse gets the cheese. It probably signaled right there, but look here, it wanted to come down and meet this level. So this may work right here, though, actually. And what was the other one? Nordstrom's. Trying to think where that might have been. Maybe right there. Oh no, here's the day right here. Okay, so it would have been right here, I guess. Did that just now go off? Well, let me pull up. Let's pull up the and I'll share it with you guys. Yeah, there's Nordstrom right here at 1033. So that one was probably a little bit Right there. Yeah, you can see it barely did a bar reversible. Yeah, so not bad. This is one that might possibly work. Let's take a look at the history. Yeah, only 3 stocks. So yeah, interesting, Mike. Thank you. I'll share this with you guys in case you did not get it from the webinar. And what I did, I kind of looked at we have a strategy called balloon underwater, and what we did is we looked at a trade on the daily chart yesterday, balloon underwater, and then we kind of backed into it and built it, so you kind of get an idea. So let me go ahead and share this for anybody who may want it. 20, I think it's called 20-day range bounce. There you go. Yeah, Iris, actually a good time in there. You might look at that 20-day range bounce. Okay, it's just looking for stocks that are kind of near its 20-day low, and they had 3 consecutive down candles in the 15-minute, and then did a bar reversal. Good example would be this BHP right here. Let's see, I'm a little bit concerned about this one because it's supposed to be down on the day. I don't know. I don't know if I left out that filter. Oh, no, I did that wrong. It can't be up more than 1%. Okay. Anyway, I meant to say down on the open, but that's okay. You know, I can go back and test it at that. I think maybe I'll do that on another back test and see how it works. But anyway, that's one you might want to check out. I just shared there, Iris. What scan would you set up or already have to catch stocks like PLTR? Well, let's see. Yeah, this would be kind of, I'd have to build something like that. I mean, you're basically looking at a stock that, you know, when it does this much pullback and a lot of red bars like that. I do have one that's called this pullback above 50 SMA Pro, and it's empty right now. Let me make sure. Which is not surprising. There's a few filters in there that got to line up. It did have some data in it this morning. Let me go back into historical date here, and put it on about. Let's see. Let's go put it on about 9 my time to see if it got anything. Yeah, there's some stuff, and trying to find a chart. Yeah, here's a good example. You know, kind of like the chart you just saw there in that PLTR. You know, kind of pulling back for several days now, but it's above its 50-day moving average, and it has to take out, or it has to be in the upper 25% of its range on the day. So take a look at this pullback above 50 SMA Pro. Okay, I don't know if PLTR would have been in there today. I'd have to go back and look at different times, but it can find you ones very similar to that PLTR. You're looking for stocks that are strong on the daily because they have to be above their 50-day moving average, but they have to be in the lower part of their 5-day range. But today they have to be in the upper 25% of the range. So it makes a lot of sense of why this would find, you know, those stocks like that PLTR. You can find this in the Trader's Vault. Just find the little channel with the key in it, and you can find this pullback above 50 SMA Pro. I find some really good ones in this. A lot of time. I'll show you one today that looked really interesting. It's not in there right now because I bet you it fell down below its intraday average that it has to, the requirement that it has to meet to come in here. But it was Twinkies. And yeah, see, it fell down here. Now, once it was earlier when it was over here, it was in here. But look at this. You have a stock that ran up on this big, huge volume, pulled back, in the lower end of its range, above its 50-day moving average. This is one to watch. I put an alert in there just in case it goes through highs. Probably need to put that a little bit higher. I wanted to make sure it takes out yesterday's high. That's the key. You want these patterns like this to reverse. Take out, the prior day's high before you enter them. So anyway, that looks a lot like that PLTR. I'd have to go in and look why PLTR is not in there now. It's gone too far now to be in here, but I'd have to go back and look to see if it was in there at any time today. All right, let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. But anyway, that's a good one. PDXE, I'm sorry. Is that? No, that's not really a balloon underwater because it really kind of, it's in the, like on a several month low. I'm not sure you'd want it to go that far past your 20-day low. See, this was your 20-day low. You'd kind of want it to do that right in there somewhere. But I see what you're talking about. That does have that kind of look at it where it, bounced balloon underwater once it did right here. But I don't know that I like it going that far, crashing that far down. That's a little bit scary for me. Elliot says, I was consider letting moderate run winners until next day open, but I think the risk of morning gaps may not be in my favor. It's not something that that we've tested right now. It's all done at the close of the day. The reason we do that is we don't want our numbers to reflect like gap ups, and things like that. We want them to be just kind of raw, intraday trading numbers. But yeah, it's something you could definitely try there, Elliot. I base my stuff on the charts. I like to look at charts, and this one, if I saw this right here, now I'm thinking, hey, this is a potential day trade. I know Holly's going to get out at the end of the day, but look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and look over here. Look at this pullback above 50 SMA Pro. Okay, it is in there. Holly called today, and it's also what I call a double confirmation. In other words, I like this. That's the reason I built this scan right here. So now I kind of got double confirmation that it's a Holly call, all right, and it's on one of my favorite scans. So this is one I would potentially hold for a swing trade. So that's what I like to do, Elliot. I like to marry it up with things that I like and not just, hold just random stuff that really don't really meet my eye as far as the chart goes. Okay, Mike says that UpGapper scanner was showing the PLTR for it open. Thank you, Mike. Question: I have E-Trade, an external link to populate a chart. Every morning it disappears. Gary, very good question. Do this for me. We have techs in our online chat that can help you with that. I am not a tech at all. I'm more of a trader, but I do know the software well, but that's about it. When it comes to external linking, it's not my my forte. But let me give you an email, or you just go into our online chat. That's probably the best thing. Just go to TradeIdeas.com. Trade-ideas.com is it? And you can go in there and you'll see a blurb at the bottom right there. It's our online chat. You can come in there and ask questions, and a tech will help you get that fixed. And it's probably something really, really minor. Do you think LAIX is likely to go down over the next week? Well, that's a tough one. I don't have enough to work with here. Usually when you get an incredible gap like that, over what is 150%, I have no idea. I have no idea what I would not probably have any advice on this until maybe about 3 or 4 days of trading. Let's see what happens. Does it go sideways and form a wedge? does it keep bleeding down until it finally meets the 10-period moving average that's going to be creeping up over the next several days. So for me, anytime I just get one big gap, there's no technicals really to work on. You just got a big gap, and you just got to find out, are there more sellers or buyers at this point? Right now, there's more sellers, and if it breaks this and breaks lows, it could come back further too. Of course, if I was in this, I obviously would, I would be selling at the open, a portion of it, probably a big portion of it, because you're talking about at the open was, gosh, what was that, 300% gain or something like that? You gotta take those kind of profits. Those are kind of profits where I will sell at least probably 75-80% of it at the open. But all right. Access going up. AXAS. Yeah, having a good day. Definitely having a good day. Let's see if it's on my. No. Andy, anything need to be changed in the 20 scan? No, I don't think you need to change anything. Like I said, I give this to people, and I always say, do what you want to with it. In other words, play around with, what fits you. Maybe you want to change the price level to get more alerts coming through. Maybe you want to loosen up some of the parameters. You can do with it whatever you please, but it's pretty interesting. Alert there, or a scan. No, it is an alert. I'm sorry. Now bear with me. All right. Luke says, I decided the inside bar and reversal at resistance on the 5-minute. That's what I wondered. Okay, you were I'm sorry. You were talking about the. Okay, yeah, the PDEX. Yeah, usually when I'm playing, a lot of people will try to play things just because they're way overbought or way oversold for you know any reason at all, just to think it's going to have to bounce at some point. That's a really tough game. It's kind of like trying to pick highs and pick lows. It's just very difficult to do. So what I like to do is I like to try to measure it up, kind of on the daily time frame, to look for something, area of support, resistance, whichever way I'm going, and look for an area that I can marry it up with if I'm doing any type of reversal like that. You know what, Iris? I am not familiar with Darvax boxes. I'm not sure what that is. I've never been one to incorporate too many technicals because I'm going to try not to use the overly used phrase of, well, I'm not even going to go there. Get stuck in your mind or something like that. But basically, I've always been a trader that like to keep it simple. I like using simple moving averages. You're going to find those on my chart. I like using support and resistance and volume. That's about it. I don't get too caught up in RSI, MACDs. I just like to keep it, especially volume. I'm a true believer that volume doesn't lie. But yeah, I'm not familiar with Darvax boxes. And I haven't. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing wrong. Whatever helps you make money and profit in the marketplace. If it works for you, great. I looked into a lot of those things when I was first trading, and I was like, wait a minute. To me, this is more of an art. I don't want to just make this where it's I'm a scientist trying to create all these formulas that's going. Nah, I wanted to make it more of an art, which I believe it is. But anyway, sorry, Iris, I just don't know. AR and thoughts on flowers gapping back up. First look at AR, and yeah, that's a beautiful chart there. Uh, Jason, very nice. You have a couple of. Let me fire up my. I don't know why I waited so long to fire up my little Epic pen, but these rejection wicks kind of bother me a little bit. So that will be in the back of my mind. But yeah, that's interesting. And you got a level here. So that would be my concern. This is one of those trades that if I were to make it, play it, and it did not go through this time, and I start getting another rejection wick, I would probably get out pretty quick, because how many times do sellers have to come in anytime it gets up to this level and push it back down? So two ways to play it. You could either wait for it to clear the 8 level and clear those wicks, but if you're like me and like to anticipate and maybe get in a little early, maybe you can play like the over the bodies in hopes that this time the sellers won't come in and push it back down and have another topping weight, because if it does that, I would get out pretty quick. Remember, candlestick charts are basically emotional charts. They're telling you, what basically is transpiring in the marketplace. Okay, up here, you've had buyers so far. Every time it's gotten up to that level. I'm sorry, sellers. Flowers. Let's take a look at flowers. Yeah, another interesting one. It's definitely taking its time. This is one where if you would have played the bar reversal right there, you got slapped down pretty hard on that day. Yeah, this has something to prove when it takes this long. I would almost want it to get back above the 10-period moving average, because sometimes when they take this long to bounce, it makes me a little bit nervous. Not to say that it can't, but I just don't know if I would, play a simple bar reversal or something like this. I might want to see this above, back above this level here to prove itself to me, basically. All right, got about a little over 10 minutes. Thoughts on AMBO? Impressive 2 days, huge volume. Wow, look at this. I mean, we're talking about a stock that was only averaging around 650,000 shares a day, and now all of a sudden it's did what, about, let's see, what was that volume yesterday? Come on, I hate when it does this. Now, anyway, we can look down here and see. It looks like about 12 million, and it's already done almost that today. So impressive. Now, what you're seeing today is kind of what you want to see. All right, you had a move today out of this range, and now what are you doing? You're kind of wedging again right here, and you got the 10-period moving average come up. So if it's going to remain, on course for today, I think it's going to want to catch this and let it kind of force the action higher, this 10-period moving average. A break below that, and then a break out of the bottom of this wedge, it may come down and finish, lower in the range. But interesting 2 days there. Once again, anytime I see, that kind of profit, I got to take profits. So we'll have to see. All right. You're welcome, Iris. Okay, fossil David wants to look at. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. See, to me, this looks much better than that one we just looked at, the flowers. Okay, because you're above. See how it's holding this 10-period moving average, whereas flowers fell below it. It did not. It did not come. Let me just move this out of the way. Yeah, it did not hold the 10-period moving. It fell below it, and now it's battling back and forth with the 20-period. Like I said, doesn't mean that it can't go, but to me, that fossil is holding. Look at that, bam, bam, bam. It's been holding that moving average. Now, I'm the kind of guy that takes all day, and then Friday afternoon it breaks. I don't know if it's something I'd buy. I don't want to deter you from buying it, but me personally, I like to see these maybe explode once they tag that move, on the in the morning. But doesn't mean, like I said, it can't go. Okay, Steve says he has fossil on his short list. He likes it too. Maybe it hangs out there, and that's the call. We do not know. Solo's not hanging on. I did not want to see that. I picked that up at on the pull down this morning. That's not working. CBAT's not working. Yeah, it's not just kind of sitting there. A lot of stuff. All right, we're all caught up, guys, on questions, I believe. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, it looks like we're doing good. So, guys, I got about, maybe 10 minutes at the most in here. So, fire away. Let's take a look at some of these. Angie, boy, what a nice move that was. Seeing a few silver stocks on here today. Yeah, that SunPower Holly call today was interesting. We'll see how that works. There goes Zoom again. Oh, see, that was a nice little break this morning above that level. All right. Ambo. Mike's going to give his thoughts on Ambo. See it as near its daily high in the last 10 minutes before the market closed today. Watch for large volume bar the last 5 minutes before the market closed. All right. Going back, Mike's talking about Ambo. Yeah, see, that's not. See how when I was just drawing that picture, that image, and I'll draw it again. And basically you had a nice little wedge here, and look what happened when it broke out the downside of that wedge and that moving average. See how fast it dropped there? And that was my concern. There's a good chance it would fall down. That doesn't mean it can't come back. Buyers come in and push it back up, but you'd like to see, obviously, if you're long, to go to the upside. We did not get that action at all. Yeah, Michael, we're still working on that. Uh, Honestly, the way it's looking, it looks like E-Trade is going to be released first. So in other words, what's going to happen is when you pull up Brokerage Plus and you go to connect, you're going to be able to see, right now all you guys see is Interactive Brokers and Trade Ideas. You're probably going to see E-Trade next. I do not know the exact date on that. I mean, here's our problem. It's hard for us to make, ETAs on when these things can launch, and the reason is they're, we have to work with their, API. So when they put out a new version, we have to fix it on our end, and make sure everything meshes together. So I wish everything was just real simple. A nice little on button would be nice, but it's a lot more detailed than that. But it looks like we're having a little more difficulties with Thinkorswim than we are, or TD Ameritrade, when we are with E-Trade. So, but I'm sorry, no ETA on that, Michael. I'm yeah, I'm assuming E-Trade will be pretty quick, but I don't want to go there. Yeah, these things have had a hard time going lately, getting any momentum. I noticed earlier Tesla was trying to, yeah, it was holding up pretty good. I got been having my eye on Neo for a while, but it really won't trigger. I'm hoping it's going to come down here and actually tag this 50 period moving average, which would be perfectly on its trend line as well. So that's one I got. Mark alert down there on the 50-day moving average, but just I haven't seen any reason to jump into that. Iris Brokerage Plus, okay, what it is just it's an interface. It's an interface where you can use to paper trade on, or if you're right, like I said, we're going to be opening up more brokers. Right now we only have IB. You can hook up to IB if you like, if you have an account with IB, and you can trade just using our interface. In other words, you don't have to have Trader's Workstation open anywhere. You have to have, I'm sorry, you have to have it open, but it does not have to be on your monitors. You can have it, down here in the taskbar, and you can do everything from uh, from basically this interface. Okay, so it's totally opposite. It has nothing to do with really trade ideas. I mean, it does. Obviously, it's ours, but it's some people get it confused that it's like Holly. But it's obviously just a way that you can actually turn on and or you can trade Holly, you can trade your own strategies, you can trade whatever you want to do. So it's just an interface that's a lot simpler to use than what you find with a lot of brokers. Okay, well, you're with E-Trade, you should be able to use this. So what I would do, if you're not using it, just familiarize yourself with it. And we got some good videos that you can watch to see how to start paper trading. Maybe if you want to do your own strategies, you can do that. Or a lot of people, what they like to do, they use it just to trade on. You can come down here, you can trade using our order entry down at the bottom. It's very simple, much like what you're going to find with your broker. Or you can, like I said, trade for charts. You can right click and you can use any of your strategies that you have built to trade with. Okay, so it's just a real clean and simple interface, to paper trade on, and also to connect to your broker once we have them connected to us. Yeah, we don't call shorts. Occasionally, if the market's right, we may call some SDSs or something like that. Just kind of a. We haven't done that in a long time. It hasn't really been any reason to. So everything's going to be pretty much a long trade, unless it's an SDS or something like that, or quid or something, or or is quid the inverse of the, yeah, which I don't see any reason to be buying that. Not a bad looking blotter for Holly today. All those trades, and right now you only have a couple of them that are negative. That's pretty. Yes, guys, I'm going to be signing off pretty quick here, so I'm going to go ahead because when we make this handoff back to Barry, it's got to be done pretty quick. So as soon as he lets me know he's streaming, I'll sign off. So I'm going to tell you right now, have a great weekend. Thanks for all the great questions, and I'll let Barry know he can start whenever he wants, and whenever you're ready, Barry. Let's see. All right, I'm letting him know. So you're welcome, Otto. You're welcome. Thank you, Mike. Everybody. Thank you, Omar. Appreciate it. You have a great weekend, too. ENG, while we're waiting for Barry to let me know. Yeah, that's a big short growth there. Not sure what's going on. Interesting. The short float still only, so it went up pretty high. Looks like it was. Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely one to keep an eye on. This may be one you just come in here. I don't know where you see a lot of wicks up here. Once again, rejection wicks. So man, the thing almost needs to be clearing this level. I hate to jump in that early, because the sellers just keep coming in. Thank you, Luke and Elliot. Appreciate it. And Barry looks like he's typing right now. He says I will start now, so I don't know if that means at the very exact second or I need to wait for confirmation. But if he says I will start now, I'm going to give him maybe 15 seconds and I'm going to sign off here. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you don't have to go there, Night Fox. It's the same room as this. It's just that between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. And then I'm back on now. So I look after it between 9 and noon. It's the same room, really. Where you are is the more active trading room, okay? So there's no point going there now. Oh, ZYNE guys. Well, hopefully some of you got it. And okay, I'm just going to do my video now, guys. So time is it? 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'd like to do my video now, get it over with, and come back into the room. So Okay, Night Fox, that's funny. Doing my video back around 125. Well, it depends when you start your top list. They update every 30 seconds, Libra. So if you loaded a top list right now, in 30 seconds, it will update. If you have one running already, it's 30 seconds, every 30 seconds, the top list. Look at sign, guys. I mean, I wish I could have taken it, but, the video beckons. So all right, again, if you want to follow my video, not while I'm doing it, but oops, just click on my homepage link and right here, my recap video. Okay, all right, putting myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Yes, I know I was on mute. I was doing my video, Mamush. Okay, I was doing my video. I don't know. I have no idea if AXIS is going to keep going down. I mean, it's I had a nice run at the beginning of the day and just seems to be fading now. So I have no idea if it's going to continue down. Why are you short? I mean, the play obviously was, from my from my option list, the 342, and it got all the way up to 420. So that was the play earlier. That looks, I don't know, it looks like an ETF of some sort, UGROW. Well, maybe not, Urban Grow. Yeah, well, and there it is. I mean, operates as an engineering design services company. Not very much volume. Low float. Stay away. 81, 3 million in the float for an $81 stock. Yeah, I mean, it's a pink sheet stock. I mean, don't know anything about this. I actually disabled the pink sheets from my, or you know what? I'm not even getting a bid and ask for that one. Okay, this KBNT from the AI guys, this could turn into a bit of a swing. I mean, there's the next high looking left, 674. You've got 80 odd cents up to this area. Yeah, so that's the reason I couldn't take this. I mean, look at that 2-minute candle. I mean, it chopped all the way down to 530. Just a little too choppy, ZYNE. I could not take this and try to do my video at the same time, so that's okay. CYCC continues. You know what? I almost, well, let's see now. No, there's this. Wow, look at the volume that came into SPWR, guys. That's almost the, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a huge 2-minute candle or volume bar for SPWR. That's a nice alert now from the AI. I probably don't know, Sam. Well, it's not that low volume, 800,000 shares. I mean, for it, it's 8 times normal. I have no idea. I don't know. They're a U.S. stock profile. Yeah, I mean, communication stocks have been, running, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it's been on a bit of a rampage over the last few days. No idea, though. I don't know if you're serious when you ask me these questions, or you're just sort of speaking out loud. If you can't, if you're looking and you can't find news, I probably won't either. So, just to let you know. Ah, look at this one. Sugar. Ah, wow. CNFR, Conifer, looking left, 502. choppy though, man. Even that 15 minutes. I mean, when I say choppy, I mean, look at these candles. Look at the topping tails. I mean, what does it all mean? Well, I mean, the buyers at one point had it up here. They've moved it. Now, this is still the same candle. Has time to close, but the buyers up here, close it here. Buyers up here, close it down here. Buyers try it again, close it here. Buyers try it again, close it here. Maybe it's going to, but it's just, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it wants to, if it just wants to break out of here, I mean, it's 5 million in the float, so I mean, it's very low float. The volume is coming in, and if you do look left on that monthly chart, I mean, it's got room to 19. I mean, that's the attraction of it all. All right, give me a moment, please. I mean, it went, sort of. It went again, sort of. Look at the volume coming into CYCC. So if you're going to take this one, don't take too many shares. That's all I can say. I mean, it might have a nice run. I mean, it's got a ton of room. But again, look how choppy it is. All right, guys, I am going to change my headset, so just give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. I mean, listen, I don't know where it could happen, but look at the volume. I mean, the volume that is coming in is really, really significant. I mean, that's probably my guess. That's going well, obviously, look at the 15-minute volume bars before, and yet it. I mean, I shouldn't say. I mean, it moved it from 955 all the way up here. It just, so it could happen. Just keep an eye on it, and then finally, if it just really, really starts to go, because I mean, that's all traders are looking at. Well, let me back this out on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same. That monthly and the weekly are the same. So in terms of looking left on the high. So yeah, I mean, this has got potential. So I'm going to stick my alert again, up in this area here, 1037, see if it takes it out. Give me a moment here. I'm just making a change. To one of my scans. There we go. Yeah, well, some just came available. CNFR, some just came available, like 2,000 or 2.7 thousand, 2,700. Not many. Well, there's the LAIX now, guys, at 5. This continues to tumble here. Really, they changed from PEIX. Is that right? I did not know that. ALTO. Okay. Okay, yeah, I see that. I wonder why they felt the name or the need to change from Pacific Ethanol. No, guys, there it goes. There it goes, CYCC. But again, look at that topping tail. Look at the topping tail. Look at the topping tail. I mean, the volume is still coming in. He's got 2 minutes left for this candle. This 15-minute candle to close, or a little less than about a minute and a half for this candle to close. Now there it goes. Okay, wow, again. I saw the bid 1055. You got to deal with a bit of a spread too. Yeah, I'm on repeat, exactly. Well, guys, I like, I may take a little, just a little bit, depending on the level, but it's completely up to you. You know, I'm certainly not going to. It's very whippy. I'm just watching it how it's trading right around that 50 mark. The spread. I mean, yeah, it's 7 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents, 9 cents. I mean, yeah, it's CNFR. Well, it's a good thing you didn't get a short there right now. Anyway, it's just making new highs. CNFR. Ugh. You know what? Forget the CYCC. I mean, look what it did. It just completely pulled right down. So, you know what? Have to be. I'll put an alert up here at 10:55, maybe later on. I don't know, but got to be easier on the nerves trades. Yes, there are shorts available. LAIX at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, good for you, Luke. That was a very difficult at that 10:50 mark, between 10 and 10:50. Saw this alert here at 2:30 for MBII, and it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, but let me just back this out. What sort of? Oh man, it had room. Going back to 2018. So the last highs for this one back in, it's almost 3 years ago, April of 2018, where we get these highs. So it's almost 3 years ago. I don't know if that's really any resistance at all. Okay, TBCI. And I see we've had a few SPACs today. Yes. ARKIU. Got to add them to the SPAC list. Just growing crazily. No, no text messages. Yeah, sorry. Something that, listen, it's been talked about for a long time. the excuse is, and it's, it's a reasonable excuse. We are a small company, and there's so many things going on technically that we're trying to do. And, it's just one of those things that it's just not at the top of the list. Yeah, if you have TradingView. Well, the other thing to do, Bern, what I do. I mean, this is exactly what I do. I mean, I have a wireless headset, and so no matter where I am in the house, if I happen to be, moving around in the house, and I get a price alert, I have a unique, obviously, a sound that I know is my price alert. I can come racing back. I mean, that's all I do, because I'm not at my computer 100% of the time. I mean, you don't need an expensive wireless. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's go to Amazon. You can pick for that purpose. You can pick one up for like 20, $30. Okay, you don't need an expensive one if that's the only purpose for it. Yeah, you don't have to spend $200-300 on the earbuds or whatever they're called, iBuds, earbuds. Well, guys, I am now. What time is it now? 1:36. So definitely everything is really slowed down, which is a little bit typical for the Friday afternoon. But everything is really slowed down for me now. Not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, put the symbols in caps. Haste McDuck makes it a little easier to differentiate. Oh, CTK, sorry, CTK. Another China stock. Well, I mean, look, it's interesting. Obviously, it's interesting if it can take out 378. You look left. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average is way up here. Um, Computer facilities, decent volume today, 9 times normal. But taking out that high right there might get it rolling. It's not that far away. Yeah, it's got some room. I don't think I've seen this one before. Shoot, REKR. This came on the option scan earlier, pulled back, and now look at it. The option scan 1611, and pulled back, got back up to that 1611, and popped from there. I mean, this obviously has no resistance, all-time high for REKR. Okay, Todd, as we speak, no. Okay, and I doubt it's going to happen. The reason being, one of the reasons is that, the topless windows update every 30 seconds. So if let's just say you said, well, I want to see 6 symbols. By the time it's scrolled right down through them, 30 seconds could be up, or almost. So I think that's why they decided that 3 symbols in the top list was probably, not a bad idea. It takes what, 4 or 5 seconds to load each one. So I think that's why they thought, to make it reasonable, the top 3 in the top list would be the ones surfing through. So anyway, long-winded answer. The answer is no. It is not customizable. And that was a question. The question was an idea surfing, which I don't talk about very much, but idea surfing. You're going to see what's going to happen. What it'll do, it'll take a look at all of your top list windows, and it's not on this one right now, but here's a top list window. So what it would do is it would load the top 3 as you have them sorted in your top list windows, load them into the chart. Well, there it is, nails right there. Oh, it's because I clicked on it. I stopped it. Okay, so when you click on an alert, it stops it. So now it's starting again. So it's not here. It's not on this one. So as many topless windows as you have, it's going to cycle through all of them, take the top 3 as you have them sorted, and load them into the chart. It is actually your price alerts window also. I mean, if you have a price alerts window, if you have it, up and ready, running. And also if you have the AI, the top 3 in the AI. So it'll just keep cycling through them all until you see it's right there, XLY, you see it's right there. Now it'll go to another top list window. And if you want to see it, examine it a little bit longer, the chart, then you just click on the chart and it'll pause it. You can take a look at the chart, and if you want to trade it, then you go ahead and trade it, of course. If not, you just back off the chart and it resumes surfing. Okay, and if you click on any symbol, that'll stop it. If you click on a symbol, and of course this is just a toggle on and off, so it's not a bad idea. You know what? Put it on surfing and just kind of sit back, lazy man's way, load the charts. You see something you like, whoa, and you just stop it. Yeah, Holly's having a great day, actually. I mean, look at this SPWR. Now, that was even better when it was up here. So that's what we're talking about right there. Here are the alerts. So these are the ones that are basically everything is positive on the aggressive except for these down here. Well, only 2, actually. Only 2 that are negative. And to have access to that, you need our premium service. So you see in my simulator, I close out of that HOL position up about $1,300. Only one I'm still in the simulator is Cron. That was from yesterday, I believe. CRON. All right, guys, I am going to try something right now. Okay, I'm going to get on what's called a test server, so my charts may really slow down, but I want to test something. Oh, CORR on the way down. And let me just do something here. Okay, so Hamlet, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay? You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Give me a moment here. I want to see if something's happening. Yeah, okay. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'll answer your question in a second, Hamlet. Okay, so Hamlet, I am sharing all my scans here, okay? It's on my home page. Whoops. Okay, so on my home page, if you click on that link, you'll see there is one tab that has all my scans in it, okay? And you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Ah, man, is this another one? Okay. Give me your email address. I just private message you, okay? Again, did you check your spam and your promotions folder? Well, that's iCloud. Well, you know, because sometimes that's what's happening. Because she said that somebody asked earlier, said she did send an email. So anyway, I'll ask again. Okay. Okay, I just did it again, okay? Count Builder, it's basically low price stocks, okay? Low price stocks that can maybe turn into big account winners. That's the theory, okay? Question was, what is the Count Builder? The Account Builder channel, sorry. I'm sorry, guys, I'm trying to do a couple of things at the same time. So the question was, well, she's going to email you now, okay? Yeah, well, it's valid as long as you're doing it within 30 days. There was news on it. No, I'm sorry. So you should get an email from her, but sorry, guys. I'm trying to do three things at the same time now. I never saw any news on AAME. I never saw anything. You know, it's a insurer in Florida, I believe, or Georgia. Okay, didn't see any news though. Yeah, okay, guys. See, I'm on this test server, and that's why this is happening. I think they're doing some work. Wow, look at CNFR. So I'm going to get off it. That's the problem. But I wanted to test something, but I guess I'm not going to be able to. Oh, there's some crazy stuff happening here. Okay. I'm just gonna. That's what happens when you change servers. Well, you guys don't have to worry about that. Sorry, guys. I'm just having an issue on one of my other monitors. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. All right, guys. What time is it? You can tell. Every time I keep asking what time it is, you can probably guess why. Boy, this Reker just anything but. REKR. All-time high now. What do they do? Business support systems, products, services, government, private sector. Okay. This looks like another SPAC, FWAA. All right, you guys are talking about OCGN. And I can see why. Wow, no kidding. Boy, look at Reker go. REKR. The alert was at 1611. It pulled back a little bit, and once it got back up to 1611, look at this break. That's what we want. Oh, I wanted to see with the CYCC instead of this garbage. I'm been asked to check AKBA. Another one. I mean, look, if it takes out what a 418, so it's a little bit above that. I mean, obviously it's got room. Nothing more I can say about it. I mean, it's obviously got room if it wants to keep going. I mean, it's a big float, 140 million. I don't know if there was specific reports inducement grants, so I guess there was a little bit of news on it. Well, that was on the 2nd though. So need some news obviously, but maybe that news that happened on the 2nd. Well, yeah, I mean, it's got a great void. Now, you're not going to ask me, should I buy it? I mean, I can't tell you that. Yeah, no kidding. REKR. There was the alert, guys, 1611 right here. As I said, it pulled back, got back up to 1611, and once it got over 16, it just shot. Oh, there are different strategies, Night Fox, okay? I mean, there are short strategies, there are long strategies. To say transition and volume change, no. I mean, there are all sorts of different strategies in the AI. So there's no such thing as a focus on. What do I think of CLA? Obviously, so this is another SPAC. So, nothing I really can add to it. I mean, do you know who they're trying to take over? Ouster's combination. I mean, I can't comment on it. All these SPACs, they're all speculative, right? They're all speculative. Excuse me, just sneeze there. Yeah, so I mean, they're all speculative. These are the sort of plays that do you believe it's going to happen, and if it does happen, is it going to be good? Now, I don't know anything about Ouster, and but what did it get up to? Got up to 1787. So can't really comment more than that. All these SPACs are like that. I mean, when they make their announcement that they're targeting a company, okay. Right now, obviously, anything to do with EV, electric vehicles, in that sector is good. Not when I say good, it'll create interest. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, I sort of push it. I don't know what else I can do. I have it. I don't display it. Force you guys to have to load it from my homepage. All right, guys. I am going to try that server again. So I'm probably not going to do too much for the balance of the day. There's something I'm just trying to test. Oh. Yeah, that was a beautiful short today. The LAIX, it really was a great short today. I think it did it take out 5 again. Yeah, had that little pull up to 5 and now breaking down below 5. I mean, this could keep going down. I mean, look, 225 is where it was yesterday. Probably no logical reason. You got something. You have something going on then, Emmanuel. It's on your end for sure. The only thing I can suggest, you for sure do not have a bunch of windows pinned. No Windows limitation. Charts, yes. 10 for standard, 20 for premium. No Windows limitations, but I mean, you shouldn't. When I say that, don't have 1,000 windows, but yeah, I mean that's why I don't talk about pinning at all. Okay, you can try to yank it out of me. I'm not going to talk about pinning at all. Must be something going on then with your computer. How about your internet connection or something, Emmanuel? Because believe me, if it were widespread, I would let you know. But there is no, we're not having any widespread outages or problems. So if you went Windows Show All, how many windows do you have? If you do that, what happens? Of course, if you're frozen, I guess you can't do it. No, no, no. It's got nothing to do with that. Haste. Nothing to do. No, it's got nothing to do with options or anything like that. No. She says she has resent it, Sedu. You know what? Contact her directly and see what happens. Okay, only so much I can do. She said she's going to resend. Now she's really busy, but she said she's going to resend it. So, okay, Kelly. Oops, not that. Okay, Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Well, real, if are you still in the room? No, you're not? Okay. Too bad. I was going to share something with you, but if you're not in the room, okay. Anybody know where real went? This is what I'm testing. This is what I'm testing. Check out VSAT. Now, look at the look at the cross right there. If I put 15, just a second. Look at the cross right there, real. I'm testing. We're slowly but surely going to be able to have alerts on the crosses. There you see VSAT right there. There's the cross. Well, and on the 15-minute chart, and this is with. Wait a minute. Okay, just a minute. You have the option of pre-market, post-market. Okay. So I just got rid of pre-market. Now this is in its infancy. Okay. Yeah, I see what happens is when I press the, yeah. I'm on a test server, guys, so this is why this is really slow for me. I'm just, it's sort of the end of the week, so I just want to test this right now. And I'm going to get the 5-minute chart. I am talking, yes, I am talking. Why? You not hear me? No, I'm not on mute. Yeah, it's just that this thing I'm testing. At the beginning, it's very very slow, and it slows up my charts, and then eventually. Well, it was a VSAT cross. VSAT alerted right there. Okay, 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame. Okay, Eddie. I've been with them for 4 years. Interactive Brokers for 4 years. I have no problems with them. They charge half a cent a share. It's not free, but if you think, again, you get what you pay for, guys. But half a cent a share is what they charge, and I've had no issues with them for 4 years. In fact, they just sent me, congratulations, you've been with us for 4 years. I think I got that email last week. Yeah, again, that obviously this was not. We're just testing the cross. And just testing the cross, okay? It wasn't. It was. You obviously know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying okay, take the trade. You're right. There's the VWAP, but I'm just testing the fact that it crosses. Yes, nice. 432. Yes, beautiful. Well, I mean, we're going to be able to do this. Believe it or not, we are going to be able to do this. It's not on my channel, FXB. It is in my watch list. It's not my channel. It's my home, not my watch list. My home page. It's on my home page, okay? Next week, okay? Well, Ari's homepage, okay? It's on my homepage right here. So all the scans I am sharing are there. Next week, I'm getting rid of scans and links, and there'll be a new tab called Barry's homepage, and that's where I'm going to direct everybody. Look at this CORR just collapsing here and through the 200-day moving average, 830 or right at it. Yeah, through the 200-day. am on mute. Sorry about that. I am on mute. I sneezed and I forgot to. So real, no, I have no idea real. I mean, it's in super infancy right now. Do me a favor and pull up a 5-minute chart for open, OPEN, and tell me where you see a cross. And that is for open. And that's on a 5-minute chart. $26.86. Really? Like right there. Right where it is on our charts. Well, that's a little bizarre. And you're not using pre-market data. You're not using pre-market data. You see, yeah, well, I mean, this is why we're testing it. The alert happened at 26.62, and when I look at, see, I'm not using pre-market data. That's what they see. You can use it if you want. So that's why I'm saying pre-market minutes. I got 0. So and so I assumed that you would see the same thing, and the reason I'm seeing it on our charts at 26, the same as you, is because there was a lot of pre-market data. It's interesting because I thought our charts used pre-market data. Well, now I'm confused. You see, this is why it has to be tested. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop this. Well, maybe I'll just keep it going. It's interesting though that you see what happens is, yeah, when I'm on the test server, I mean, my charts don't load fast enough. No, 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 no. The basic program costs Tate. It's just there's a standard version and then there's a premium version. The premium has AI, but no, what you see here you have to pay for. No, there's no no freebies. Ooh, really? That's too bad. Classic actor. Guys, you know what? I'm going to shut this down now. The reason why I want to talk to Michael, who sort of is developing this, I want to shut this down now. I want to have a chat with him about what's going on. Okay, so I don't think much is going to happen for the balance of the day. Thank you so much for all the help this week. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay. And we'll see you then.